Hey, chat. We're back. Um, okay, last night, yeah, unfortunately, I didn't stream on time. We went out and we got back, but we did play Fortnite. But we were too messed up to play correctly. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. I mean, I don't think my sober stream is as good as my regular streaming. So I mean, my sober stream is better than my drunk. It's the same. It's the same. But from the last time I played Resident Evil, I don't think I saved it. I'm gonna be honest. I think I just turned off my computer, and that's it. So we're gonna have to. Well, I don't know if I'm start. I'm not starting from the beginning, but I'm definitely starting from I think prior to getting that arrow. So did I retain all the information on what doors were what? Absolutely not. I will be clicking on the same doors 10 times in a row because I do not remember. I'm trying to do the 2 minute mark without any bad language, which I'm doing pretty good so far. I think it's already been whole minute, 1 whole minute, 1 minute and 30. So after 2 minutes, I'm golden. All right, let's start this game because I do want to finish it because I want to play all the other remakes too. And all right, before I do anything else, here we go. Let's hope it did. No, I don't think so. Oh my god. You know, chat, if you could donate to so I can get a new controller, it'd be great. One that I don't have to disconnect every single time. Alright, let's see. And I got my sponsor. You could get to the arrow. Correct me if I'm wrong. I probably am wrong. I could have sworn it was the door at the very end. And I'm probably wrong, but I'm trying to get better at memorizing because no, it's not. No, yeah, I'm trying to get better at memorizing because holy son of a gun, I don't remember at all. Okay, so sword, armor. Okay, try to remember from now on. Think it might be here. Oh, wait a minute. This is something else outside of the game. Bruh. My stream is against me. Why is it only showing up on this window? Did it stop it? Oh my god. Whatever. It's just I really wanted to see chat. I mean, I was like nobody's gonna be on chat, but why is it why is it doing this? Why is it against me? Why is it there we go. Why did it show up on this screen? That's so strange. Now you know all my information. I'm gonna get hacked. Hell nah. Alright. There we go. Fucking A. There can't be, I can't just stream one day without any Technical difficulties. All right. Okay, not picking up the herbs because then I will have. Bro, I don't know. This year, like the allergies have been kicking my ass. It's crazy. It's crazy this year. Okay. Oh fuck. Oh, that's so nice. What? I haven't been to this room. Oh, this doesn't look like it's safe. How did I miss this? I no, 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 don't pick it up. Do not put it in. There. The arrow was. Oh, the arrow was right here. Oh no, the arrow was there. Oh wait, no. All I know is that there's a zombie apocalypse. I really should. You know, I'm playing on easy. I wonder if I have enough enemies to fucking without worrying. Bro. Because tree sperm. Okay. And then to the door. You know what I haven't heard in a long time? Probably due to climate change. Thunderstorms. Like I think the last time I heard a thunderstorm was like a month ago. It lasted like 2 days. Like 3 days. I probably don't even remember, but it wasn't long. Like, yeah, every time there's much rain, and I hope that's not like how it could be different. Yeah, I don't know how it is. If anybody's, I don't know how it is for you guys. It's so dry out here. I don't even know how to plant the I've been sleeping like my 7 hours, but it's like super light sleep. Waking up every hour, which is so. I don't know why I have insomnia like that. Yeah, and then I have that. What's it called? That phantom shit. Where it basically, you're trying to go to sleep, and then you feel like there's like something grabbing you, or you hear like noise, or like you see like a dark figure. But it's nothing. It's not like anything crazy. Or like it's just your brain's imagining shit to keep you up longer. I don't know what the fuck. It's something you get when you have when you're sleep deprived. I've been getting that, which really sucks. Oh, oh wait, yeah. It was really scary too because it feels so real. Like it's like your brain is playing tricks on you. But if you're like a religious person, you probably think it's like demon possession or something like that. No. Oh yeah, and this is what I recall. The issue was the fact that I have no more room, and that was the issue, wasn't it? Books. Oh wait, I thought I had a book on that table. Oh, I could carry it, but oh my god! Oh fuck! But yeah, I need a coffee or something because crap. Oh, Coke Zero has Coke Zero has a lot of caffeine. Not a lot, but it has a bit of decent amount of caffeine for just like a soda. It has potassium. It has how much does this bitch have? 34 milligrams of caffeine. Maybe four more Coke Zeros. Oh yeah, and there's no knob on that door. Oh yeah, let me see if there's a book there. Okay, that's the herb shit. Okay. Have you read this before? Yeah, this is just a circle. So where? I guess I just go downstairs. Hopefully. Oh wait, no, there's a. Oh god. Alternatively, just be hungover. Oh, there's another zombie. Does he hear me? know what? I'm gonna hope to God there's sure, why not? That's a good sign. I'm gonna have to go through so back. I have to back up so much for all these items. For the love of fucking God, can I just please find a chest? Find where to the storage. Once again, the chat thing disappeared. It's so fucking annoying. I need some sleep. Really focused. What's in the store? Please tell me it's a room of chests to help me store my items. And it's this fucking God. I am back in this piece of shit room. Bad idea to go drinking right after a workout. I'm feeling way extra this shit? I can examine everything now. Let's see. Oh no, I was supposed to examine that shit. Oh shit. Got two keys and empty spot. Fucking God. What did it say? The father of the Akir's. What the No. I don't have any room for anything else. Oof, shotgun. Wait, no, 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 I wasn't meant to take the shotgun. Oh my God. Can I? Yes. Let's take the shotgun. Yeah, because although I do want to take it. Okay. Although I do want to take it, I don't have room for the bitch. You know what? Why am I acting like I'm like still in the 90s? I could just take a picture of this, right? I'm so stupid. And then just draw over it. Telling myself where everything is at. So I can just put. Let me see. What the fuck? God dang it. Alright, yellow. Yeah, yellow works. So I'm gonna put there. Shotgun. I'm gonna put that. Sorry, you can't see what I'm doing, but this is for me because I have short-term memory. And what I did was on the map. You can't even see it. My camera sucks. But I literally just put on their shotgun room. Oh, I know that one is not the room. This room. This one is not the room, but the other room was. Because I am kind of dumb. Really dumb. Oof. 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 I'm running low on zero. This is oh yeah, this is an emergency. There's another key here. Lots of keys. Actually, let me go back outside just real quick because I gotta make. Yummy, huh? Yummy sausage biscuit. why there's like a lot of doors that. Oh, but they also I think there's like armor and helmet shit like that. And those are the fucking ravens that are like possessed. Could I kill one? What's there? Oh fuck! No more. Because I'm a dumbass. Because I was being a fucking jackass. I'm gonna do damn hurt. What the hell? Oh yeah, could I burn this one now? I think he needs to. But he's gonna turn into a zombie. Just use it now. But that wire. So annoying to get it cleaned out. It should be like, like 20 minutes of flossing. It's a 20-minute job. Like it's not 20, but it takes longer than usual. So in that room, I had to get the thing, and I have to get the kerosene. Oh fuck! I was meant to shoot it, but so he could break. You know, like in the old games. Okay. That's a typewriter room, and it led me there, and that's what there's like an elevator, but I also get kerosene, so that area is basically no go zone. Nasty outdoors. Basically everything that I gotta see is to the fucking right. I think. Yeah, 'cause that's the part that the Ravens wants to fucking jump me for no reason. On the other side, I don't remember. Let's check the myself. And that was just another entrance to that to that room. That just leads you back into the same motherfucking hallway. Okay, so understood. Oh, I guess I could go through that door. Unless that door is something else. Okay, so that's another armor room. And over there at the very end, probably like sword or some shit. That's it. There we go. Unlit fireplace. Freaks me out. Might have to do separate. Mm. So that one right there. Holy bejesus. What the hell is that room? Is this a sterile room? Um, what the fuck? Can I not see it because I'm too close to it? That's the. Oh shit. No, that's it. That is the broken doorknob room. I really want to take this camera, but it's fine. Get out here. And let's just. Oh my god, what the fuck did I. Why did I do that? For what fucking reason? And I can't even go back. Oh wait. Oh, my bad. Should I get the herbs that are in this room? Because now that I have open space. Oh, that in that room. trampoline pill because they take that. If you take a full pill, you ain't waking up for like good 12 hours. That's like the only pill that I'll wake up from it and I'll knock back down. Because Ambien won't do that. Ambien stopped working for me, shit, after like a month. But this time traveling pill, it's so amazing. That pill you can actually go to sleep with. But what is another one you put on? Yes. Thank God. Finally, an extra slot open. Let me finish Okay, nice. Alright. Leads you to the outdoor corridor. There's two more doors back there I need to go through. But I skipped it. Assuming that's where you use your flip card and shit. Weird. Then again, I don't remember much when I was younger. And I wonder if that has to do with head injuries I received from me being really stupid. What a lovely noise. Sounds like someone has broken shotgun. Yeah, I guess. And I'll just put it away. Let's see. Let's kill that zombie that way. Get over with it. That meat. Die. Okay, let me check the map. There's a couple things I gotta check out here. Alright. Let's first refuel the kerosene. So that way I don't have to go back. My body hurts. Everything. Pain. Okay, let's see. Let's check upstairs first. Okay. So that room right there is. Okay, I think this is like updated map of this shit. And I didn't think, no, I don't think it was unlocked prior, so I'm gonna take a picture of it again. That is helmet. birds. I fucked myself again with the same way. Why do I do this to myself now? Fucking retarded birds. If it does, that's gonna be fucking. This helmet. This is bird room. Chat, I think I forgot the bird room. I think I fucking forgot the bird room. No, what am I doing? That's what I'm paying attention to the phone. fuck? Why? What was the point of shooting the damn birds? Oh my god. I did that for nothing. I killed these poor birds for nothing. Poor innocent birds. I think I locked everything. So I think we're gonna do that. I'm gonna fill up my kerosene again. Okay, so D4. That is the helmet. Helmet. Hopefully, I'm not writing this all down for nothing. There we go. And now we can go to that room. The one with the death trap. After the room with the death trap, we'll see. Probably another YouTube perk for finish this game in like 30 minutes. Not me. I'm the opposite of a speed runner. Yeah, I sure feel like I'm gonna die here. I wonder. Could I use the broken shotgun? Yes, yes. Could I use a broken shotgun? I don't know what it would do. Or could I use that wood technique? That board that I would could I use any of those two? And you know what? I'll check it now. Because maybe that'll make it stop spinning. No, that's really stupid. Forget it. This is the thing I'm gonna say after this. I can't do with the shotgun now. I'm gonna put that in its place, right? Give me a second. Yes. For some reason, open up in this area. For the love of God. Holy fuck. Why are you doing that? For fuck's sake. Not you, William. Sorry. It's my computer. You're good. Hold on. Okay. Hello. What's up?
I fucked up my ankle.
You fucked up your ankle?
Yep, I twisted it on mom's house and I freaking lay on the floor and it's freaking swelling.
Oh shit. You're gonna go to the hospital?
I don't think so. I'm not too good psoriasis back, but it's not that bad though. It's just that to take some rest. I was gonna say, are you gonna come over to Silver Eggs with mom?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you're not in San Antonio?
Uh-uh.
I got something to show you. Actually, here. Look, look.
Hmm.
You hear it?
What's that?
I got that from Timu. It's the lizard meme. You know the lizard meme?
The fuck is that?
You wanna hear it again?
Yeah.
Isn't it funny?
Wait, what the fuck? Where'd you Timo?
Yeah, I got it from Timu. For about how much? About $6.
Mm.
Took me 3 freaking weeks to get it though.
Is it still cheap there or no?
Where is it?
Is Timu still cheap?
Kind of. It's hit and miss. Sometimes they give you deals though, but it's not really worth it.
Bro, yeah, I noticed that about Timu.
What's up?
I noticed that about Timu.
Oh, I was gonna tell you, yeah, I didn't want to bother you, but if you're gonna be there near with mom, please do, cause my ankle's so messed up, I can't freaking move properly.
gonna do that fucking thing again. I have no idea why this shit keeps on doing that. Like it's, I had to fucking make it stuck on this goddamn page. I have no idea why it keeps on doing that. It's like the most annoying shit ever. Oh, I gotta unmute myself too. Oh my fucking god! Stop doing that! For the love of God! For the Christ! Damn it! Stop! Anytime I move or do anything to that screen, it jumps to the other fucking display, which I have no idea why it's doing that, because it wasn't doing that prior. And then when I switch to that, it's not gonna show me the chat. Yeah. This, I swear to God, this thing's against me. I need my IT person, James, here. You know, we're just gonna juggle around the screens for like half an hour. Okay, stay here. Okay. You stay here. I happy. Stay. Do not move. You fucking thing. Okay. Now this. You know what? Close enough. I'm happy with that. Fuck it. Yeah. There can be a stream without it being a technical issue, which I have no idea how I caused that, but yeah, I'm even surprised I even know how to make the stream run. Because I don't know. Let's see. All right, so I could see OBS. I can't see the chat, so rip to that. Yeah, my phone charged a little bit too. Let's see. And now that I'm back here, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna get the shotgun. And according to my map, the shotgun room is opposite side of this. Yeah. So let's get the fuck out of here. door. Fertilizer shit. And that other door is another entrance to that. And I think this is the area that has the gun. Oh, I thought I could. There's something else in here? Could have sworn. Could I lift this fireplace up too? Peasy. Lemon squeezy. Now I have this thing. It's a wooden mount. Where is the motherfucking... Shit. shall see. No. There's no way I could make it there. Yep, I can't get anywhere now. My two brain cells are working. Maybe I have to go to the main room. My two tiny brain cells that I have left from years of substance abuse. What dog? Peanut? Peanut. Peanut, mommy is busy right now with a game that should have taken her only 30 minutes. I understand you have needs, but what about me? Hey, Peanut. improvement of. All right, Square Enix. Maybe I should go to those, yeah, underground rooms that are in the beginning. This is for the closer, right? Oh, I need to go back here, right? So nice and quiet with all those fucking birds. You know what? I'm lost. I'm stuck on like the easiest part of this fucking game, probably. But and I think I burned like every fucking zombie I encountered. I don't think, was there any in the main hallway over there? I mean, yeah. So you know what? I'm gonna go to the main hallway. Fucking Christ. What? Don't doing that. Doing nasty stuff to my fucking pillows. God damn it. Come here. Just be a doggy. Innocent dog and don't do anything gross. Okay? Why you smell the food, don't you? gonna do it again. I'm so sorry, chat. For some reason, my OBS keeps on doing that. Yes, I know. Okay, what? Shut up. What do you want? You want my chicken nugget? Is that why you're kissing my ass right now? You want my chicken nugget? No more chicken nugget. You can have only one. That's it. And that's bad for you. You have no chicken nugget, and now you get to go to the floor. Bye bye. Oh my god, she has like that tree sperm shit on her. That shit like makes me so itchy in my face and everywhere. Okay. Armor. Yeah, like I can't go into any of these rooms. It's all stuck. I'm stuck. But I don't want to do this anymore. Yeah, maybe if I use a dog whistle outside. Yeah, well, I refuse. And I'm pretty sure the answer is so simple. I'm pretty sure I've passed by the answer like 20 bazillion times. But Honestly, we need to plants outside this one area. I burned the zombie here, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah, I forgot about that. No, that's the. I don't think I have anything saved on the map for those two rooms. I don't remember. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, okay. kerosene room and the... No, I know that. Get the fucking door. I think I have to insert that shit into the mouse statues. Leaderboard. I know I'm sure not ever gonna be on that bitch. Why do you keep on fucking switching? For the love of God, just stay put. That's it. Server doxed. Okay. There's that. Let's see what's on Roblox. Actually, let me take a pause. Because otherwise I'm going to do something really stupid. Yeah, and fucking uploads that shit. No. Go on. Regular YouTube. Let's see news. Let's see. Let's see the BBC.
Hello, I'm Karen Giannoni. The Speaker of Iran's parliament has warned the US that Iran's military is waiting for a ground attack and ready to rain fire upon any troops that try to enter Iranian territory. He claimed Donald Trump is planning a ground operation in secret. His comments come as fresh reports in the Washington Post suggest the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran. The Pentagon hasn't commented on the reports yet. More than 3,000 US troops arrived in the region on Friday on board the USS Tripoli. But Donald Trump has claimed in recent days that talks with Iran have been going very well. Meanwhile, Iran has threatened to target Israeli and American universities in the Middle East in retaliation for a strike on a university in Tehran. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps warned staff and students, as well as nearby residents, to keep a distance of 1 kilometre from American universities in the region. It comes as the Houthis in Yemen say they'll keep targeting Israel in the coming days after launching their first attacks since the war began. The group, which is backed by Iran, says it fired 2 waves of missiles and drones on Saturday. This report from our World Affairs correspondent Joe Inwood.
High above the Middle East, an Israeli jet refuels, ready for another operation.
Bro,
This is the image the US and
that looks so sus. Let me see
an
that
Israeli
again.
jet refuels, ready for another
Bro, she's
operation.
getting bread from the
This
back.
is the image the US and Israel want to project, of precision, of control. But on the ground, it appears very different. Iran is still fighting back. There are reports in the US that the use of ground troops is now being considered. Thousands of Marines are in the region. The Washington Post says they may attempt to take either Karg Island or launch coastal raids. Responding on social media, the president simply said, no, Trump is not losing his nerve on Iran. But the threat of ground forces is clearly being taken seriously. The Speaker of Iran's parliament told the state news agency the enemy openly sends messages of negotiation and secretly plans for a ground attack. Our men are waiting to set them on fire and punish their regional partners forever. And that punishment is already being felt. This was Kuwait Airport yesterday, while the UAE said it suffered its heaviest attacks in weeks. The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni faction aligned to Iran, have now joined the war opens a new front.
Oh, those guys are
نفذت
gone.
قواتنا المسلحة Our armed forces carried out the second military operation using a barrage of cruise missiles and drones, targeting several vital and military sites of the Zionist enemy in southern occupied Palestine.
The Houthis could threaten the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which has provided an alternate route for some Saudi oil. If that were closed, the consequences for the global economy would be devastating. Here in the UK, the government says this country can cope.
As you would expect, we will continue to keep under review all of the measures we currently have.
No offense, but I think the U.S. military they probably could just wipe out the Houthis. No issue. I don't think there should be. I mean, there would be any issue besides like, maybe, what is it called? A guerrilla, I guess, warfare attacks. I mean, I don't know. Fuck all, but I would assume that it'd be no issue for the United States. But, I mean, who knows? The hell do I know? That's why I would rather nobody get injured, because that shit, I mean, war is ugly, but I don't think they're capable of taking out anybody from the U.S. or, like, you know, military. I mean, just look. What the shit that we're breeding, like, planes on the sky, and they're just, like, on the ground with
For the global economy would be devastating.
weaponry.
Here in the UK, Mandab Strait, the country can.
We'll continue in the future, but
War opens a new front. The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni faction aligned
These are like, some of these people are just kids. Like that dude doesn't look old at all. Yeah, I wonder if some of these men are having to do this against their own will. Yeah, shit sucks.
to Iran have now.
Isn't that like a little boy back there?
The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni.
Or that just an extremely short man, or little boy. Either way, I'm pretty sure some of these teenagers ain't asking for it.
The news that the Houthis, an armed Yemeni faction aligned to Iran, have now joined the war opens a new front.
Our armed forces carried out the second military operation using a barrage of cruise missiles and drones.
Oh, wait. I got a special guest caller. Hello? Hello. What happened? Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh no, yeah, for sure. Yeah, but right now I'm streaming. I've been streaming for like since 8 something. Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a good combo for me. Mhm. Mhm. No, I got you. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Oh, when you get back home, what do you want to do? All right, sounds good. Right now, I'm at what is it called? The Holy War, Jihad against Yellow Jacket. They made me so upset. Oh my god. I know he was drunk. I'm like, drunk on the job. He wasn't even there in the front, checking IDs. But it's fine. Mm, I think he was. I don't know why he was upset at us, but it was just weird that he just singled us out. I mean, I get it. He was telling everybody, But he came up to us in particular when there's other people there drinking as well and talking. Yeah. He's what made me stop drinking as a punk. I was like, is that the future? Fucking look, you look like 50 while you're 20? Hell no. Let me get out of here. He did look like shit. You could tell he was younger, but his just damage from probably all the yeah, alcohol and cigarettes. I'm not smoking anymore though. Forget that. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Oh, also, I left the pho broth outside of the kitchen. I was so sad because I was like, I was so excited. I was like, I'm gonna drink some nice pho soup. And then I look and I'm like, oh my god, I'm an idiot. I left it outside. And that's it. I couldn't drink my soup. I'm gonna make more soup. I'm gonna make that whole chicken. I'll make it a big Chinese soup. Tasty, yeah. I just need to get. I don't need cabbage because I actually have a lot of cabbage in the house. Well, oof. Oh, you're good. All right. Well, I'm gonna continue watching the news. I'm gonna have you on speaker. I'm having you on speaker. Okay. All right. Love you too. Bye bye. Okay.
Drones targeting several vital and military sites of the Zionist enemy in southern occupied Palestine.
The Houthis could threaten the Bab al-Mandab Strait, which has provided an alternate route for some Saudi oil. If that were closed, the consequences for the global economy would be devastating. Here in the UK, the government says this country can cope.
As you would expect, we will continue to keep under review all of the measures we currently have in place and if anything is needed in the future. But your viewers should be reassured that where it comes to energy prices in terms of what they will be paying for domestic supplies, we are making sure that is capped until the end of June. We've taken action to support consumers who require heating oil.
There are diplomatic efforts underway to bring this all to an end. Talks are being held, but only involving Pakistan, Egypt and Turkey. The US, Israel and Iran are not taking part. They all claim they are now winning this war, and no one looks ready to compromise. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Let's speak to Sasha Bruchman, who's Research Fellow for Defence and Military Analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies, joining us from Doha. Sasha Bruchman, thank you for talking to us. I wonder, first of all, what your thoughts are 1 month into this war with no real end in sight.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Well, yes, it seems we have settled into a bit of a phase of stalemate. It's no longer the first or second round of this boxing match where everybody is trying to gather information about how the ferocity of each other and the constitution of the enemy. But it now seems like both have kind of sized each other up, and we're getting into a phase that seems a bit more slow, as in continuous attacks by the United States and Israel. They have not died down, and the Iranians have been able to retaliate or continue retaliation, albeit at a much lower level. So when the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff says Iran's retaliation has dropped by 90% in terms of missile and UAV attacks, I think I can see something similar in the data. But this is kind of the stalemate where we are hundreds of sorties per day on the US-Israeli side, and 20, 30, 40 missiles maybe by the Iranians in retaliation.
So despite the bluster, despite the defiance, I mean, absolute defiance that continues to come from Iran, the latest from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament saying Iran is waiting for a ground attack by the US and will rain fire on any troops. Despite all that, you think there is a military weakening of Iran behind that. How strong do you think Iran feels?
I mean, we have to disentangle what the military weakening means. The missile and the UAV sorties have definitely gone down. The Iranian Navy no longer exists de facto, but its ground forces have been much less affected by the war thus far. So there's something to be considered. Now, I would never want to be at the receiving end of a US Marine Corps attack, whether that's a MACTF, a Marine Assault Force, or whether it's a MU, what they're sending now, the Marine Expeditionary Unit. The problem for the Iranians will be that an amphibious assault is hard to predict. It's hard to predict where it comes in. The Marines can come by a tilt-rotor helicopter, the Ospreys. They can raid ashore with their amphibious vehicles or with small boats, or they could come into port. They are very specifically configured for these functions, for these amphibious assaults. And with the USS Tripoli and her group, with 2 other ships, the San Diego and the New Orleans, they're mobile. So therefore, they hold an entire strip of coast at risk. And on the other hand, you have the president or the establishment in Washington talking about Kharg Island, but there are other islands that could be at risk, and there's the entire Iranian coastline. So it's very hard for the Iranians actually to predict where the Americans will strike eventually.
And what do you read into that troop build-up that you have just described, that additional 3,000 or more troops arriving on the USS Tripoli just on Friday?
So yeah, I think the group has about 3,500 combined sailors and Marines. I think 2,000, 2,500. Often we read 2,200 is given as the number of Marines. So you have Kharg Island, which is a small island, but it's strategically significant because the oil export infrastructure is located on the island. And I think, as I said, Washington has floated this idea. I'm not certain, I cannot understand what the strategic advantage is to taking the oil export infrastructure, because the Iranian ships have to pass the Strait of Hormuz and then go into the Indian Ocean. And they have to pass, literally, the American ships, for example, the Washington and its destroyers. So if US wanted to seize, destroy, or stop Iranian oil exports, it could do so by attacking those ships, to board those ships. So Kharg Island is a bit of a question mark for me. Not tactically, it's perfectly viable, but strategically. I find the islands near the narrowest point of the Strait of Hormuz more interesting from a tactical point of view. So to the west, you have Abu Musa and the Greater and Lesser Thun Islands, which are claimed by the United Arab Emirates, which could serve as like observation posts to sort and filter because Bandar Abbas or Tehran are fired.
You're in the Gulf there in Doha.
Actually influence decision-making in the Gulf to stand, to distance themselves more from Iran. We're literally under fire. Tactically, operationally, it has not brought down any of the Gulf states, right? The UAE has been subjected to, I think, we're close to 400 missiles and 2,000 drones by now. It has not yielded, it has not bent the knee to Iran, and it is not destroyed. Same true for Kuwait, even Bahrain, the smallest one, which has been struck a few times. So strategically, I think the Gulf states have actually moved a bit closer to the United States afterwards. And tactically, operationally, it has not yielded any kind of submission. The forces of these countries, as well as the societies, are resilient, more resilient at least than the Iranians had hoped for.
Sasha Bruckman, a research fellow for defence and military analysis at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you.
Hey everybody, it's March 29th, 2026, day 30 of Operation Epic Fury, and as the campaign starts to enter its second month, the biggest breaking fact right now is the arrival of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit aboard the USS Tripoli amphibious ready group with embarked F-35B Lightning IIs, also known as the Panther. Fighters are surging from the Marine Expeditionary Unit into the Middle East right now. The IRGC is issuing a fresh threat. Of course, they're threatening that American and Israeli universities across the region are now legitimate targets in retaliation for claimed strikes on Iranian academic institutions. institutions. Yeah, we're sure they were academic institutions. It's just a coincidence that all your IRGC headquarters were embedded in these academic institutions and hospitals and schools, mind you. We walk into one of these academic institutions and they're like, yeah, this is a farming school. It's just for farming. And you're like, well, why are there ballistic missile launchers on your tractors? And they're like, oh yeah, the ground's just really hard where we farm, so we need those missiles to actually create a space for the crops to go. But Iran also issued an ultimatum to the US, saying that the US has until noon on March 30th to officially condemn the bombings of the universities or face consequences, and those consequences would be Iran striking the different universities that have affiliations with the US and Israel in the Middle East itself. They told students, staff to get 1 kilometer away from all these campuses because they're gonna strike them now. But this Marine Expeditionary Unit has a little something to say about Iran's threats, and they're gonna take the fight even harder to Iran at this point because they're rolling in with those F-35s, transport aircraft, amphibious assault vehicles, and tactical assets that give instant power projection across the Persian Gulf. So stay with me because the F-35B Lightning II is about to do what it does best to support the Marine Expeditionary Units, Marine Recon, and Raiders to help protect freedom of navigation through the Straits of Hormuz. We're going to be assessing exactly what these Marines could do, they could be doing right now in Iran or the surrounding areas around.
All right, well. Yeah, it seems like, let's see. Let's see what people are saying in the comments. Getting the IRGC to attack American Marxist universities is brilliant. What the fuck? Every poisonous ideology dominating the American left comes out of these once great institutions now turned into political activist cesspools. I love it. Bro, are we fucking psycho? Let's see. What apparently this guy, everybody's saying this guy knows what's up. Like he knows what he's talking about. Somebody says, I think they'll ignore Karg entirely and focus on clearing those other 3 islands as well as the coast that threaten the strait. The goal is to open up the shipping lane. Yeah, I mean, that's what they're trying to do, right? Because a lot of other countries need that fucking oil. It also says, let's see. I'm trying to read like something that's not like talking about like how liberals are evil. It's just like I just need like a rational like, okay, this is the assessment here. I'm pretty sure the video has all the information, but it says the University Science Center was a military R&D facility for creating satellites. The woman who works there was a guest on Al Jazeera. Was a guest on Al Jazeera. Basically said as much. She said this university is a legit target if it helps the military. And the host cut her off and said they were out of time. Can't make it up. Is that for real? And then they said... This guy. A little bit of background. I was born and raised in North Alabama, Huntsville, home of the Marshall Space Flight Center and Redstone Arsenal. My late father was a quality assurance procurement directorate for the Army's M50s and to the 70s. So I graduated high school in 76 and 1977. I went to work on Redstone Arsenal's Raytheon Corporation, and the all this fucking terminology. I'm like, fucking, it's going over my head. And the M47 Dragon's weapon system, ammo certified on 18 different operations on that missile system. I was 19 years old. Like father, like son. So this was the ATGM that preceded the Javelin ATGM. So not bragging. Just giving you background as I mentioned above. Thank you for all. Okay, so this guy was just talking about like his involvement in it. I vote, somebody says in here, I vote to take it to 90 days and force every politician on record for it, to be on record for if Iran is a threat to the world, doing nothing got us Hitler. The hell? Why is everybody so thinking that Israel's a threat to us? No, they're not. Somebody's saying this, if the Strait of Hormuz isn't opened within a few weeks, watch for a worldwide economic crisis. I think the U.S. is gonna open it. I mean, I'm scared that they won't, but I mean, I'm pretty sure our military is gonna is well trained enough to handle this shit. From all the videos I've been watching, I mean, yeah, there's also the thing where Iran is just going to be fucking attacking with drones and making us waste all our other weaponry, but I think our weaponry is just so advanced. Like, we invest so much money into the U.S. military, I think there's no way. Even if they did, like, I think we just have so much stockpile that we're basically good. Says, this guy is saying, I don't see how the Marines will not be targeted with ballistic missiles. Got to be careful. The bigger issue are drones and FPV drones. What the fuck are FPV drones? I'm going to Google that. So somebody's saying, I don't see how that's an issue, since all the U.S. forces in the area are already being targeted with ballistic missiles, and that threat is a small fraction of what it was, and supposedly shrinking every day. Having offshore Iranian bases might be really helpful in hunting down any remaining launchers that are anywhere near such islands. Do we imagine that the U.S. Marines are especially vulnerable to or afraid of such things? The bedwetting about this seems kind of absurd to me. Yeah, I'm guessing, like, all we have to do is just figure out where they're launching from, and that's it. I mean, but my thing is, like, how are they going to implement the regime change unless they literally force a plant there? So, this is good. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, this is all speculation. I don't know if any of these fucking people, but I'm pretty sure that some people here are speaking the truth. Somebody said, I spoke to my friend in Iran. He said regime is collapsing and food and energy prices are skyrocketing. Everyone are angry. Oh, this guy's English is worse than mine. Everyone are angry and regime is gonna fall soon. That's why regime brought Iraq militias to Iran again to stop any sign of protest. Yeah, somebody said, I hope your friend is staying safe, and that the Islamic dictatorship soon will be gone so they can be free and rebuild their country as they want to have it. I hope so. Somebody else said, I spoke to my friend there, and they said the exact opposite. And somebody else said, spoke to someone in Iran, and he said that the people hate Trump in America. Prices are high, and everything is in short supply, but they are united in fighting America and will root out any traitors to Islam. They killed a bunch of protesting traitors yesterday. Everyone was cheering. The people in Iran knows Trump cannot be trusted as he is a child rapist and a liar. This sounds like like some Iranian bot or something. So they will fight to the death and be martyrs and surrender. They will fight like the Taliban and win. Price of oil will reach $200 a barrel, and then which means Iran will get four times for each tanker full of oil. Troll person, yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, for sure. There's also not everybody in Iran wants the U.S. to win, right? There are some people that are fucking backwards, and they want the Iranian regime to continue as is. As this guy's mentioning, it says, you obviously have no idea about the Shia Muslims of Iran. The people are actually united in rooting out the Americans. They shout. Oh, wait, what? Make your voice and audio louder? That's as loud as it goes, buddy. Hello? Hello? Oh, wait. Are you here? Hello? Hello? Wait, no. Now it's loud. Okay. Somebody saying, yeah, the people are actually united in rooting out the Americans and shout death to America, as in death to the American imperialism that has plagued the Middle East for almost a century. Yes, there's also those I'm pretty sure Iran is like half and half. There's half of them that are just like, I want to get rid of this fucking dictatorship regime, get rid of them. They're rooting for America. They're rooting that we win, that we win, yada yada yada, yada yada yada. But then there's also the other half that is like, no, keep it as is. I don't want, and they're brainwashed basically. They're like, oh, America is completely. I mean, don't get me wrong. I guess we do evil shit too, but they think that the Iranian dictatorship, the Islamic dictatorship, is like good and the U.S. bad, and they don't want things to change because they're like religious zealots and shit. So I'm pretty sure it's like split in half, and so I can't imagine how it is to be on the opposite end, like not being a religious like crazy person over there, and like being sane and normal and wanting regime change to happen, but and then like they're probably basically stuck in the middle. It must suck. Like, and the thing is, if you protest, then you might get killed too. So it's really, really tough. I'm just really hoping that we can. I don't like Trump that much, but I mean, I really hope that we can win. That's one time I'm rooting for him. I mean, as you should, right? Because he's your president. You have to. I mean, as long as it's something good, not something bad. Let's see. Let's continue watching this video. This guy seems like he knows what he's saying, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure. But I don't know, because I'm like reading like half and half. I'm reading, depending on like the news source, there's some of them that are like, oh, the U.S. is doing great, like no issues. It's just they're going to have to take a little bit longer than usual. And then if you read other news sources, it's like, oh, basically Iran is depleting our stockpile of weapons with like bullshit drones and basically like guerrilla warfare type shit, you know? But who knows, you know? And both of them are spreading propaganda, their own propaganda, so I mean, as there need to. Oh, those things. Yeah, I saw that in in Ukraine. They basically they 3D print these motherfuckers. Like there was like women, and they were showing, like, I saw it on Reddit. There's like women in their homes, and they were 3D printing these fucking drones in their houses, in their kitchens, and they're using them in war. And I know Zelensky just did a deal with, I think, United Emirates or one of the Saudi Arabia countries. He did a deal with them to basically produce drones for them or something like that. I'm pretty sure I'm wrong, but oh shit, my bad. Uno momento. Don't get naked.
I'm not getting naked.
Everybody will see.
I will not.
My phone died. That's why.
So, dude, don't be mad not answering, bro.
I gotta eat more protein, dude. My muscles are sore.
I'm gonna buy you the 4 powers then.
No, I can just drink water now. Oh,
Right? Different? Is it different for you?
it's good.
So she just had like the most the mouse thing.
What?
What if I just go and talk to the office and then talk to me? I'm like, why are you so adamant about like just sticking a bar up your butt? You know?
Some people have boomer mindsets. They're like,
I told him, I was like, look, you know, he only took it after I'd said, because he, for some reason, like, he's so hyper fixated on like the delivery rather than the actual message. He's like, well, it's because the way you say it's like, I'm not trying to make you make it sound like this. I'm like, look, dude, that's how I talk. You're not gonna make me change the way I speak. I'm not gonna change as a person because you want me to tell you one way. I'm telling you, you don't fucking talk with a lawyer for yada yada for your apartment. You're fucked. And if you want to, like, dude, if you don't do this stuff and you get screwed over and you're fucked, I'm gonna call you a retard. And that's it. That's the end of the fucking story.
facts.
And not only that, you're probably gonna be homeless. I know, like, dude, like, because you wanted to do it in a very stupid way, because you just can't change. You just can't change the way you think because you think it's one way.
Because
When-
it's gay, bro.
Yeah, and we're all telling you, do it this way. Nah, procedural. I'm like, yes, that's how it is. So when you apply to this to work, did you just go walk in and start doing it, and you got hired, or did you apply, then you went through a hiring process, then you got hired, right? Yeah. I'm like, well, what do you think this is? Most of life is like this. It's a procedure. So do it. You know.
Yeah.
You have an open shut case. You have stupid amounts of fucking evidence. I told him, buy that mold kit right now. Should I? I'm like, right
What
now.
the fuck, yes?
Now. He's like, fuck it. I can get Prime and do this. I'm like, there you go. It ain't that hard, bro. You want out of this? He's like, but I can't stand my health. I'm like, look, dude, you lasted these many years, bro. You can literally just pay your shit for 1 extra month and just get it over with, you know?
But why is it with people like, oh, it's too much, I don't want to do it?
Oh, because they think they know better and they think they can get away with it and they think, well, morally, I'm like, they don't give a fuck about that.
They're trying to cover their asses.
I told them, if you could eat shit and die, they would feed you that. They want you dead, and they're like, well, they're not obligated. No, yeah, they are obligated to fucking change your filter and do this and that and do their fucking job. You're paying for a service at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's like when Cameron was at McDonald's, and then Cameron's like, you're really going to ask for french fries? I'm like, fuck yeah, I paid for it.
Yeah.
The fuck?
No, fuck, like, I'm not gonna eat shit from like 3 hours ago. The fact that they expect you to be that stupid that you're gonna take 3-hour-old fucking fries and then them getting offended because you say, dude, that shit's been sitting there for 3 hours. I can taste the cold. I can taste the 72
I don't know why
degrees
my fat
Fahrenheit.
ass immediately is like,
I can taste the 72 degrees Fahrenheit of your goddamn store. Give me my goddamn fries fresh.
I want
You
my
lazy
smelly
shit.
fucking fries now.
Like, bro, if everyone's getting paid 15, right?
Yeah.
Then do that. If you don't like it, I'm gonna be honest, fuck that job. Everybody should fucking quit. McDonald's should just go under. You know?
The
Because
next
they're not
day,
the only place hiring.
the next day, a fucking AI is like, oh yeah, AI McDonald's.
And the fries have been cooked 3 days old.
said don't hit me. No, don't hit yourself.
Well, something has to get hit.
No, baby.
Unless you hit it from the back.
James, that's nasty. You're hitting me. You can't do this. We're on TV.
Too bad. I was gonna watch me slap your arm and then you breed me.
I'm eating the
The nussy? Do you like when I jiggle my belly like this?
Oh, fuck, it's hot.
Spanky got too excited. Look at him. You don't even understand what's going on. Look at him. Look at him. Spanky, do you even understand what's going on? Tina, does he understand? You need Milky? So you can dip your fingers in cold? Yeah, you need Milky.
I don't want milk.
I do. You might not, but I do. Ricky? Like the music, Tina? From Happy Wheels?
Yes, honey. Blueberries. Where's my beets?
From the back. Oh, I know where they're at. Probably somewhere in the house, because I bought you some beets like that.
Not that, but we got too much shit in this fridge. Nobody came over. I thought somebody was gonna come over this week.
They fucking suck. They're not even on the stream, dude.
I know.
Here, for the nuts. Tastes so good with it. Okay?
I said no. No.
The back?
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
It tastes good, honeys. It tastes good, honeys.
It's okay, babe. I'm so full.
Yummy.
No. I can help out.
So yummies in your tummy.
And Loki kind of goes hard. You should take a bite.
Yeah, kind of.
Don't hit me.
Wow.
Tina, Peanut sensing your energy.
Peanut?
Yeah.
Bro, she's been so needy. I'm like trying to stream and she's like bothering me.
I love baby Peanut.
Oh my god, your knees.
Ain't that normal?
What?
Ain't that normal?
Bothersome.
Bothersome?
Mm-hmm.
Daddy thinks less of you
Oh, you know.
than you do.
Hmm?
That you do?
No, honeys. You want my this food I tried to eat and I couldn't eat it?
No.
No?
No.
Here, look. It's egg.
No, this guy trying to get me to eat 9-hour-old food every day. But
It's not old. It's fresh. Look,
give
see?
me that shit.
I know. I put it in the microwave.
I'm very sensitive. You know I will. I don't even need to do that, bro.
I recommend you do.
Bread.
Yeah. No, it's not bread. It's a breakfast sandwich. And I ate it with a hash brown.
I'm
And
eating nussy now.
I couldn't even. No, I'm full. I couldn't even finish the hash brown. Usually I can, but not today. But that's the only meal I had besides that and an earlier protein shake.
Did you feed Spanky?
No.
I'll feed him right now.
Archie, I literally gave this dog water, like 3 times today. No, not 3, 2 full bowls.
Why would he do that?
I don't know. You don't need any more water.
Spanky, that's true.
And if you want more water, you're getting it with ice. Fucking psycho. Psycho ass dog. He doesn't even come up to me for attention. Only when he wants water or he wants to play ball. You're fucking selfish, Archie. Selfish ass dog. What the hell?
Unlike him, I always go for you for attention.
Thank you, honeys. All right. Somebody putting 3,000 Marines onto an island. Oh, I'm just reading. I'm watching different videos with different perspectives on the war.
Yeah.
Both negative side and positive side.
How do you even get positive about this?
Just the amount of weaponry we have and the type of weaponry we have, and like, to be honest, I mean, Iranian military equipment isn't that like crazy.
It's not, but
They're funded. No, they're funded by Russia, but Russia is also not doing too good either. Maybe not right now. Maybe they're doing better because of the fucking crisis. But
yeah, the thing that sucks is that if you want to cut this, you're gonna have to name Russia.
yeah, but Trump doesn't. With Trump, he wants
He's cut to Russia.
basically what he wants is like he thinks that the world should be in powers like. So, like, axis of power. So, for example, all of North America owned by the fucking United States. All of Asia is by China. All of fucking Europe by Russia. Like, that's how he kind of sees it. As if I'm assuming.
Yeah, and it's not strategic.
Well, it doesn't
It's
make.
just based on like perception, right? With him.
Well, no, I mean, that's how he views things. I think he's kind of on the point of Ukraine should just call it quits and be a part of Russia.
He what?
He sees it as Zelensky should just say, give up and let Ukraine be a part of Russia. That's how he's.
Because he assumes that it's part of it anyways.
Yeah, yeah.
Instead of like, oh well, it's a sovereign nation.
Mhm.
That's so fucking retarded.
Mm. Yeah. But I mean, who knows more? He graduated the Wharton School of Finance. Nothing. Okay. Somebody said Iran has. I'm assuming this is 1 million soldiers and. Oh wait. Let me go back. Putting 3,000 Marines is what one comment says. Putting 3,000 Marines onto an island next to Iran mainland is the stupidest shit I've heard in my life. It'll be like shooting fish in a barrel.
It is true though. Like, why would you
Kinda,
do that?
yeah.
'Cause, like, you just have to send a couple of drones and that's it.
Yeah, somebody said exactly. This is a very bad idea. I've played lots of RTS games, and the last thing I do is split my forces and expose them to an enemy fire. Something just feels wrong, especially since Iran is capable of missiles and drones.
You could also be really stupid and think, oh, those are the best of our best.
That's
So
what
that
I'm
means
thinking.
They're gonna be commandos.
That,
and it's like,
as what I think Hexad thinks of it in like terms like that. But the thing is,
oh,
like
like if he was watching a fucking like one of those cheesy 80s movies, like, yeah, these soldiers are commandos and they can do these things. 'Cause I saw them take out the president of Venezuela. And
But
it's like, dude, that's like a really like surgical attack. And anything past that, like, it's like,
but also people in his own cabinet wanted him to be overthrown too. I
yeah.
think, yeah. And they had to have inside people being like, okay, we're gonna fucking hand him over to you.
Yeah, but the thing that sucks is that like they've been just proving that they're not reliable
Yeah, you know what though? The side thing, I was smelling that cat food and I was like, James, did you bring home barbacoa?
Oh no.
This just smells like barbacoa. I
I'm
didn't.
hungry, dude.
No, I'm not hungry. I know my body's like hungry, but I don't want to eat nothing besides soup. Oh, I can hear my own voice in the background.
You can what?
Hear my voice in the background.
Oh, it's my phone.
You know.
Sorry. You want me to stop it?
No. Leave it on. Okay. This is what another comments because somebody was saying that Iran has 1 million soldiers versus 3,000 American troops. So the math isn't working. Numbers don't. Another person said numbers don't mean very much with modern technology and ranged weaponry. This isn't the 300 Spartans fighting in the valley. It was kind of true.
Yeah, because you could have 3,000 Marines, but a drone is not even a person. You just send a robot to explode. You know?
Yeah. Iran has the technology. They have oil money and China and Russian backing. 1 million troops. You guys need to wake up. It's just like a lot of oh wait, I don't want to reply. It's like a lot of unnecessary risk for like you. They better hope they win. You know, it's too much on the line not to win.
Yeah, what sucks too is that, like, if they go harder,
Mhm.
they're only attacking mostly civilians at that point. You know?
Mhm. But the thing is, this regime's crazy, and you better hope to God. Well, I don't think they build a nuke because I think if Iran built a nuke, they would have used it. Those fuckers are crazy.
I know, but they held out this long to use long range missiles.
True.
That's a problem. Like, you also gotta be like, because yeah, they're crazy, but they if they were able to hold out using drones this long,
Mhm.
they could have caused issues from the beginning
Yeah.
with the drones, and they could have held the area harder. You know?
Yeah.
But they waited until the Ayatollah was dead,
Mhm.
and the U.S. and Israel kept attacking, for them to be like, all right, fine, we're gonna shut down the strait.
Who's in charge of who's the Ayatollah now? Is it like some
It could be that it's a coalition instead of like Ayatollah.
right? It could be like a group of them.
Yeah, I mean that's everything. There's never always a head. Yeah, like for example, in the U.S. there's a head, but like how many different groups are trying to vie for power by just trying to gain the attention of the head?
Yeah.
Like they never did that until this election. This is the only time that they've been like, oh, we gotta manipulate the fucking creaky fucking like steering wheel, you know?
Mhm.
Who's gonna pull the steering wheel this time? Because the thing is, Trump isn't in power. It's just like whoever controls his ego at that moment, you know?
Yeah.
And the thing is, once he starts getting bored, you know, that's the
Yeah.
worst case scenario for all of them. He got bored. Oh, he stops caring about Iran. Now you got soldiers stuck over there and you can't do nothing, you know?
Mhm.
Look at Minnesota. Once he saw it was a failing thing, once he saw, oh, my numbers are going bad, he didn't like it, he dropped it, you know?
Yeah.
Same thing with all these things. Anything that makes him look too bad or gets him bored, he stops caring. If he's too bored and he's not making enough money out of it anymore, he's gonna drop it. I mean, ultimately, he's a grifter, you know.
Yeah.
But also, like, he's an old crazy guy, dude. Like,
Apparently, this is the guy that's the new head of the new Ayatollah. Apparently, he's a fruitcake, though.
the D word.
Yeah. That's what. At least that's what the intel that Trump got, and then he couldn't stop laughing because he said it was gay. His beard be looking a little bit too clean.
Looking too fresh, King.
He's looking too fresh. Where's his 7 wives? Yeah, because you would imagine that the other guy had like a bazillion kids. Oh, he does. He does have a wife.
It's weird because like sometimes
Jesus.
just so they can keep like certain amount like level of like power, they choose not to, so that way they don't look like they're just like horny, you know?
Yeah. Like, how many kids did the previous Ayatollah have? Probably a lot.
Did he?
I'm very sure. See, how many children did the previous Ayatollah? I know. How do you spell Ayatollah? I know I misspelled that shit. Oh, I forgot the H. He had 6 kids, 4 sons and 2 daughters. But his personal life is heavily shielded from public view. The children maintaining low profile. So he just had one wife.
One?
Mm-hmm. Just one wife.
What's her age?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Sons, daughters, where's the... was widowed. Um... Oh, it smells like cacas.
I'll check right now.
She was... 78 to 79. He was also...
Probably 70s or 80s.
Yeah. I didn't
Oh, so
say.
they were like
That's,
same age.
yeah, that's surprising.
Wow. Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a 20-year difference.
Yeah.
Maybe he wasn't a full-on freak.
No. Let's see. What does Ayatollah mean? Ayatollah. An Ayatollah is a high-ranking senior Shiite Muslim cleric, recognized as an expert in Islamic studies, jurisprudence,
Oh, so he's like the Pope.
jurisprudence and theology, literally translating to sign of God from Arabic. Ayatollah. It's an honorific title for the top religious leaders who act as spiritual authorities, particularly in Iran and Iraq. You bastards! I took you outside, probably Peanut, because Archie shit outside. I don't know. Yeah, so he's like a pope. Their pope, apparently. No, like he's like their pope, right? Essentially. Damn, this is like fucking chess. So China is a far largest customer for Iranian oil. So if the U.S. takes control of that strait, does basically the U.S. control China's oil? Who knows? Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. This is here that China has officially expressed strong concern and opposition to U.S. Israel military strikes on Iran, calling them unacceptable and calling for immediate ceasefire, while acting as a mediator to prevent further escalation. Beijing urges dialogue, warns of a vicious cycle of violence, and seeks to protect its regional economic interests, including oil supplies. Let's see. Is there any journalists inside Iran, or they just get killed immediately? That's what I.
Around Iran and what the Marine Expo a lot of different things without occupying it to take down specific choke points. Again, surge other out also be trying to threaten this next couple of weeks. Let me know in the comments below. Go.
I'm pretty sure you know what you're talking about. All right, so let's see. What is it gonna search up? Yeah. Are there any currently? Are there any journalists in Iran today? I guess so. Yeah, of course.
It's time now for our Scoop, our weekly conversation on international media and the For our Scoop, our weekly conversation on international media and the political and economic headwinds confronting the industry. We look at who shapes the narrative, explore journalistic ethics, and ask the reporters the difficult questions. With trust in the press at a nadir, it's a critical eye on a critical profession.
Yeah, your shit smells like No, it's not the cat.
Jason Rezaian is a former Tehran bureau chief of the Washington Post, and from 2014, the Iranian-American journalist was jailed for 544 days in Evin Prison, a notorious facility where dissidents and political prisoners are held. He recounted in detail the psychological torture he suffered in his book, Prisoner. Earlier this month, Rezaian published a video on why it's hard now for journalists to cover Iran.
There are massive shifts happening inside Iran right now. Bombs are still dropping. But there are a few international news outlets with a presence inside the country. Many reasons explain why journalists are ill-equipped to cover this story right now. A lot of that is because the Iranian government has made it all but impossible for journalists to operate inside the country. But it's also because the media often distills the story of Iran into simply good versus evil arguments or discussions about the country's nuclear program. It's a massive country of over 90 million people from a wide range of ethnic, religious, and linguistic backgrounds, and it has more than 2,500 years of history. It simply can't be distilled into black and white.
A few days later, Zain and his colleague Liam Scott did a Q&A with CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, on the very same issue. Ward said, quote, "The primary challenge is that we can't be on the ground inside Iran." Jason and Liam added, "It's harder to illustrate a nuanced portrait of what this conflict means for Iranians. It's harder to capture the range of emotions, joy, grief, fear that many Iranians are feeling simultaneously." And then on Thursday, CNN reported this.
CNN is the first U.S. network allowed into the country since the start of the war. And I do want to point out, CNN operates in Iran only with government permission. Here's Fred's report.
We just crossed the border and are now inside of Iran. The Iranian government has granted us a visa to come here and to report from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Fucking shitting my pants. Like, oh hell no. Oh, what the hell? What's wrong, dogs? Hold on, I gotta go pee pee. I gotta go wee wee. Hello, doggy. Pull up? Where? To the pee room? Peanut, you're so noisy. Binky. Binky. Peanut. Peanut's really good at howling now.
You mean Peanut?
Yeah.
You mean Peanut? I met a dog that looked like Scooby-Doo. He went, and I was like, oh my god, that is the cutest thing. It was a big doggy, big dog. Go, and I was like, I gave him a treat, and he was like, I was like, that is the cutest thing ever, Dad. Hello, Binky.
Peanut. I just want Peanut to howl. Peanut.
just porn mods. You want to see this shit?
Yeah, let's see. I want to
No,
see.
you can't go on it on stream.
Oh,
but
I know. I'm
you
not.
wanna look at it on this hand, bro. These people are horny.
Peanut, stop. Oh my god.
Bro, straight gooner, bro. Like, how you play this and you're like, yeah, like, bro, like, do they stop the game and start spanking their meat? Like, I mean, you can't even look at the character, bro.
What I don't get is like, why would they? For what? Like, how do you play the game like that?
Yeah, it's like Homeboy. He's like, yeah, I gotta have my boobies in my game. I'm like, how? Like, bro, I play this shit. I can't even imagine going like, you know. I'm like, bro, this is weird.
Yeah, it's weird.
This is so weird. But there are
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
Extra thick.
Bruh.
Dude, her boobs don't even.
Her arms. They didn't even bother fixing that so her arms go under or something. No, they're just like, oh my god, this is true. No. iCarly moment. iCarly joke.
Oh my god, that's so.
When Mama House was like,
Oh, peanut,
bro,
yeah.
that's not even thick, that's just fat.
That is so crazy.
That's wild, bro.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much.
That is too much. Bro, let's see what actual gameplay mods they have. More enemies, easy parry.
Now trying to make our way to the capital, Tehran, as fast as possible.
And that access is important, but it almost certainly comes with strings attached. For Iran, it gets a better chance to control the narrative by showing the destruction of U.S. and Israeli strikes, but CNN will unlikely be allowed to interview critics of the regime. France 24 has a correspondent. Reza Saya provides crucial information about the strikes, the human toll, and Iran's response.
Death toll is now more than 1,000 people, killed, hundreds of them civilians. Iranian officials are saying 153 cities have been hit, and 1,000 locations have been targeted. And increasingly, we are seeing more and more videos, pictures, gruesome images of civilians who are bearing the brunt of this war.
Now, anyone reporting in Iran must walk a tightrope of what they can say and what they cannot say. On its Press Freedom Index, Reporters Without Borders ranks Iran 176th out of 180 countries, highlighting that the main source of information on Iran comes from abroad, with the domestic media landscape dominated by state propaganda. For more, let's speak to Jonathan Daguerre. He is the head of the organization's Middle East desk. Hello to you, Jonathan. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
First of all, I think reporting at wartime is difficult for any journalist, but this comes amid an internet blackout and a crackdown on anyone critical of the regime.
Evidently, journalists are usually among the first who are on the line of fire in any war, but here we're talking about one of the most repressive countries in the world, and it has been that way, unfortunately, for years. I would say that Iran's journalists widely in Iran, not just Iranian journalists, all journalists in Iran today and journalists in the zone, in the Gulf, all the way to Lebanon, in the region, are facing a catastrophe that is unprecedented in scale and in impact and in danger. We're really going towards the unknown, and it's more important than ever to protect and to defend these journalists, particularly in places such as Iran, where the repression was already very difficult. There are almost at least 19 journalists who are currently detained by the Iranian regime, and they have been so for months and for years for some of them. Journalists are threatened. Journalists are having to work amidst media blackout.
Just to step in there, what sort of threats are they hearing, the journalists?
I mean, we're talking aside from the American-Israeli offensive, where we've been receiving reports from journalists who are literally evacuating cities and hiding from the bombs. On top of that, journalists have also been facing threats of the kind where agents affiliated to a certain ministry, for example, or the government or the regime more broadly because of its different actors, they will get a phone call, for example, or several phone calls. Some of them are nice, some of them are more threatening in tone, but all of them have one objective: it's to censor. They basically warn the journalists not to cover a certain topic, to toe the line, to be careful what they say and what they don't say. Usually this is disguised under terms such as preserving the peace or national unity or all of these other terms that repressive regimes usually employ. Journalists also face imprisonment. They can have armed forces showing up at their home at any time, or their offices, their material confiscated, their computers, their phones. They can be taken for interrogations. Sometimes this ends up with them being imprisoned for years for some of them. Sometimes they are released a short while after, but the message is received.
Yeah, and for any time, in anywhere in the world, the truth is important, and even more so at wartime.
I mean,
without
basically they
an
speak out
established
against
independent
the regime
media,
that
there isn't
they
anyone
promote
to
it, they get
contest U.S. or Israeli claims or the Iranian regime's claims. Have you been speaking to journalists in Iran? Do you know if they're working, if they're fleeing? What have you heard?
We are in touch directly and indirectly with some journalists, because even speaking to media outlets abroad can put them in grave danger of arrest. Evidently, today what's at stake is our right as a public to be informed, the Iranian people's right to be informed and to have access to a wide range of information that is both, as you said, critical and supportive of both sides, perhaps. The point here is the truth. Journalists in Iran are having a really hard time covering this truth because there are very strict red lines that are very dangerous to cross. For example, journalists have been telling us that after the assassination of Khamenei, for example, the supreme leader, there were people celebrating, for example, in the streets. They were evidently happy that the dictator was gone, despite, and I'm quoting the journalist who spoke to me, despite them being really upset and devastated by the scale of the tragedy and civilian deaths around them. There was this little bit of good news in it all. And for example, this journalist told us that you would not see this relief anywhere in the newspaper coverage the next day, knowing that the journalists themselves who published these newspapers were celebrating. That is, I think it shows at which point the information is controlled and surveilled. They don't have free internet access. They don't have any means of communicating information freely to the outside world. Very few actually can connect to the internet. We've been looking at the media blackout since the protests, way before the American and Israeli offensive that started last weekend.
Yeah, and can you give us an idea, paint us a picture, if you will, about what sort of information is disseminated on the state media or in these newspapers in Iran?
We will find a lot of pro-government and pro-regime coverage. For example, a lot of I would say anything that serves the political and military interest today of the regime will get published, but that isn't new. That is something that unfortunately has been going on for a very long time. Even like we go back to the women life protests, women life protests that started in 2022 and the death of Mahsa Amini, for example. State media did not want to report on the death of this young Kurdish student, and it was independent journalists who actually went and who proved that she was killed in police custody, and they went and they covered her funeral. And here I remember Elahi Mohammadi and Nilufar Hamidi, who paid a very heavy price, spending nearly 2 years in prison. And Elahi Mohammadi was recently re-arrested for a few hours and had her material confiscated. So this is the kind of information that the regime does not want covered. Today, obviously, there are strikes all across the country. There is a lot to say about the civilian toll of these strikes. There are human catastrophes and tragedies that are taking place, unfortunately. The journalists should be able to go cover, but even when journalists have permission from government agencies to go and to cover, according to our information, they are still facing difficulties. They are still taken to the side. Their photographs are still being deleted by policemen and by security forces.
Yeah, and do you think the supreme leader is dead, but his regime is still in place? Do you think the powers that be that are still there are doubling down on their sort of pressing the press because they want to ensure that they have control over everything that goes out?
That is information that I have based on the journalists who speak with us, who tell us that the repression actually increased after the Supreme Leader's death. And to quote one journalist, the Supreme Leader is not a person, he is a system, and that system is still in place.
I want to ask you before we leave, this conflict is spreading. There are concerns, of course, with what we're seeing in Lebanon, elsewhere in the Gulf. Give us a quick summary, if you can, about the media coverage as this war worsens.
The Gulf region in general is also very repressive for journalists, and we've been seeing entire campaigns orchestrated by the governments of these under the guise of national security, but legitimate concerns about national security in these contexts and in these repressive regimes can very quickly become tools of repression that can target any journalist anywhere. And we are very worried about that. And we've also been seeing tension in between these countries recently that we also worry that journalists will be amongst the first to pay the price because history tells us they are the first to pay the price. In Lebanon, we are facing an offensive and an invasion of a scale that is unprecedented so far. We fear it's going to be really catastrophic for, of course, for the Lebanese, but also for journalists who are covering this war. In the past war in 2024, but we have dozens of journalists who have been forcibly displaced from the south to ensure the protection of journalists, to avoid, definitely not to target them, because targeting them is a war crime and they will be prosecuted. This is what we are here for, but also to ensure
through Iranian state-run news channels and said it showed a distorted view of the war. Tiffany Hu, Stephen Lee Myers, and Stuart A. Thompson wrote, quote, advances in artificial intelligence tools have allowed countries at war to supercharge their propaganda campaigns, creating and spreading seemingly realistic videos and images as fast as their adversaries can debunk them. A result is to compound confusion over what is really happening on the battlefield, which in this case has spread throughout the region. That's it for this edition of Scoop. Thank you for watching, and please stay tuned to France 24.
Let's see. Uh-huh. Ouch, my eye. My eye. I don't know. Yeah, how'd they do that?
It's roughly 6 a.m. in Israel. A series of fighter jets takes
dude,
off.
have you ever
armed.
seen how they refuel those refuel the jets in the air?
No, how?
It looks.
Oh, I have. They pull out like a big ass tube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to see that like back then. I was like, yo, that's cool as big.
Yeah, but it looks so gay. They like get bread up in the air.
You get a little bit of that.
Yeah, they get inseminated in the air.
With long-range high-precision missiles. According to CIA and Israeli intelligence, a significant portion of Iran's leadership has gathered here, in a compound in Tehran. Among them, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, the country's supreme leader. 2 hours and 5 minutes after the jets took off, Israeli missiles strike the compound.
Oh, so it was Israeli.
This is how the Israeli and US attacks on Iran unfolded, how the country's leader was killed, and what has happened since.
شهد شهید گوارای شهادت را نوشیدند و به ملکوت اعلی پیوستند.
By the time this video is published, new details might have.
Yeah, watching their state propaganda news is crazy. It kind of feels like North Korea, but we also have ours too, huh?
The Israeli one or
No, the Iranian one, yeah.
Oh shit.
You can tell they're like fake crying about the dictator's death.
Yeah, cause like what fucking real connection do you have to someone you don't even know?
But it is so crazy that most countries throughout the world, it's all just state media propaganda. Yeah, because we also have ours too, right?
Oh yeah.
Like U.S. is not innocent on that shit.
Yeah, we got Fox, we got CNN.
I don't know. Yeah.
Emerged. The US, Israel, and Iran have a long history of tensions. Until 1979, Iran was an authoritarian monarchy ruled by Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. He was supported by the US. When his regime was overthrown in the Iranian Revolution, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini took control of the country and founded the Islamic Republic. He was determined to transform Iran into a country
No, I was saying like the ones I consider state media is Fox, but I don't know. Could be different.
ruled by Islamic law. Khomeini abandoned the former Shah's pro-Western stance. The US and its close ally Israel were declared sworn enemies. Especially the opposition of Israel became a strategic and ideological goal. Ruhollah Khomeini died in 1989 and was succeeded by Ali Khamenei, a cleric who quickly rose through the ranks and had become a key figure in the religious leadership of the country. Over time, Iran, Israel, and the US repeatedly engaged in conflicts. Sanctions were imposed onto Iran. Iran became a key financier of anti-Israeli militias in the region. In 2002, it was uncovered that Iran was enriching uranium at 2 secret locations. The enriched uranium could be used for nuclear reactors or nuclear weapons, a fear the US and its allies had had for a while already. Iran has repeatedly denied its alleged pursuit of nukes. The US and Israel ran many attempts to stop the nuclear program, through cyber attacks, the assassination of key scientists, and especially in the US's case, through diplomacy. In 2015, the Obama administration and the Iranian regime agreed to a nuclear deal.
This is a good day, because once again, we're seeing what's possible with strong American diplomacy. Under the nuclear deal that we, our allies and partners, reached with Iran last year, Iran will not get its hands on a nuclear bomb.
However, in 2018, President Trump pulled out of the deal.
The fact is, this was a horrible, one-sided deal that should have never, ever been made.
Ever since, relations have tensed up. In 2025, in the midst of new negotiations, Israel and the US launched a series of airstrikes on Iran using bunker-buster bombs. 3 Iranian nuclear sites were heavily damaged. In the same year, Iran plummeted further into an economic crisis. The currency crashed, food prices soared, people grew frustrated. By the end of 2025, mass demonstrations erupted across the country. Peaceful protesters and rioters called for the end of the Islamic Republic. Trump called for an uprising of the Iranian people against their government, saying help is on its way. But the regime brutally cracked down on the protests. It shut down the internet across the country. For days, little to no news made it out. In the end, thousands of people were killed. 50,000 reportedly got arrested. The US began to build up troops in the region, with Trump repeatedly threatening Iran. On Thursday, February 26, there was a last-ditch diplomatic effort between the 2 countries in Geneva. To no avail. Saturday, February 28, around 9:40 a.m. in Tehran, Iran's capital. This government compound is not far from Hur Square. It reportedly houses offices of the Iranian presidency, Iran's National Security Council, and the Supreme Leader. Since 2025, the US has apparently gained specific insights how Ayatollah Khamenei and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps communicate and move while under pressure. Reportedly, the CIA has tracked Khamenei for months. They've mapped his whereabouts and studied his patterns. They're confident he's here today, and they learned of a meeting of top Iranian officials on site. The US and Israel originally intended to strike at night under the cover of darkness, but they reportedly moved their time of attack. This opportunity was too good to miss. Suddenly, Israeli missiles hit the buildings. During impact, several national security officials are in one of them, Supreme Leader Khamenei reportedly in another. Afterwards, satellite imagery shows heavy damage to the buildings. Black smoke is rising. Geo-confirmed footage recorded here also shows massive amounts of smoke in the area of the compound. A picture taken here, too. Ali Hosseini Khamenei died in the attack. Also killed, Sayyid Abdurrahim Mousavi, Chief of Staff of Iran's Armed Forces. Ali Shamkhani, Head of the National Defense Council. Muhammad Pakpour, Commander-in-Chief of the IRGC. Aziz Nazerzadeh, Defense Minister. According to Israeli news, a total of 30 senior Iranian officials were killed in just half a minute in the opening strike.
When they struck the surprise strike on Iran?
The operation was dubbed Roaring Lion in Israel and Epic Fury in the US. It has been planned for months. Masoud Pezeshkian, president of Iran, however, survived. Ali Larijani, secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, vowed Iran would fight back and assured continuity of governance.
But the Israeli attack sounded so much nicer. You know what theirs was? What? Roaring Lion. That was their missile attack. I guess their when they struck the Ayatollah. While ours was so fucking gay. Ours was Epic Fury.
Epic Mayday.
Oh my god.
Yeah, don't you like Operation Epic Mayday?
That was so. I was like, are you serious? That's what we chose. We could, dude. Israel sounded so much nicer. Roaring Lion. That shit sounded cool. Fucking Epic Fury.
You don't want to participate in Operation Epic Fury?
No.
The strike on the government compound was just one part of the operation. Afterwards, Israel reportedly take out Iran's air defenses, especially around Tehran. In a third wave, Israel deploys roughly 200 fighter jets, bringing much of its air force into Iran. The goal is reportedly to destroy as many Iranian missiles as possible, as fast as possible. The US reportedly joins in about 30 minutes after the attack on Iran's leadership. According to the New York Times, their attacks focus primarily on targets in eastern Iran, far away from Israel. They also attacked the Iranian fleet. Reportedly, US warships fire Tomahawk cruise missiles at Iranian targets. American ground forces use artillery rocket systems. Several military and command centers in Tehran are hit by Israeli airstrikes. Further explosions are reported in Iranian cities across the country. Trump releases a video officially announcing the military operation and urges the Iranian people to take over their government.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take.
Netanyahu later does the same.
נבטיח את נצח ישראל.
Shortly after their announcement, an airstrike hits the Saraye Tayyibi Elementary Girls' School in Minab, Hormozgan province. Iranian state media and officials claim that at least 175 people got killed, most of them likely children. These numbers have not yet been confirmed independently. According to the New York Times, the school is adjacent to an Iranian naval base. US Central Command announced an investigation into the strike. Iran launches Operation True Promise 4 and the retaliatory strikes begin. Countless missiles are fired at dozens of sites across the Middle East. More than 200 missiles are launched at Israel alone. In solidarity with Iran, the Houthis in Yemen announced that they will resume attacking shipping lanes in the Red Sea. This effectively ends a 3.5-month pause following the 2025 Gaza ceasefire. The US-led coalition reportedly intercepts several drones and missiles heading towards Erbil in the Kurdistan region of Iraq with no casualties. Multiple news outlets later report explosions near Erbil International Airport where US soldiers are stationed. That afternoon, Dubai International Airport is hit with an Iranian drone, striking Terminal 3 and effectively
They hit Dubai National Airport? I had no idea. They did? Yeah. That's crazy.
closing UAE airspace. Several luxury hotels like the Burj Al Arab and Fairmont de Palm are set on fire. It's unclear whether this was the result of a direct attack or if the fires were caused by debris from intercepted missiles. But the UAE isn't the only country targeted by Iran. In Bahrain, missile and drone attacks hit the US Navy 5th Fleet headquarters. Footage shows what appears to be an Iranian Shahed drone striking a tower block roughly 20 minutes from the facility. In Qatar, the Ministry of Interior reports 66 ballistic missiles were fired at the country. The debris reportedly injured at least 8 people. In Saudi Arabia, the Prince Sultan Air Base is targeted by ballistic missiles, which are reportedly successfully intercepted. In Jordan, the military reports that it has intercepted and downed 49 drones and ballistic missiles, likely headed for the major US military bases across the country. In Kuwait, Iranian drones strike 2 passenger terminals of the Kuwait International Airport. In Syria, debris from an Iranian missile kills at least 4 civilians while injuring several others. Both Qatar and Saudi Arabia announced that they reserve the right to respond. The Arab League condemns Iran's attacks. Following the blanket strikes by Iran, NATO senior command said its missile defense systems in Europe and its early warning radar in Turkey are on alert. Some experts warn that Iran may activate sleeper cells in Europe and North America. There are many more events and details we can't cover in this video, as attacks continue back and forth. So let's zoom out a bit. The US's involvement in the attacks is controversial. On Truth Social, Trump said this:
Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. Its menacing activities directly endanger the United States, our troops, our bases overseas, and our allies throughout the world.
It's an argument for a war of necessity. An attack was looming across the sea, so the US had to strike preemptively. But it's unclear how Iran's activities directly endangered the United States. Iran was apparently years away from obtaining a nuclear weapon, according to the US's own intelligence. The country's ballistic missile arsenal is estimated to reach no more than 3,000 kilometers, a threat to neighboring countries, but not to the US. Iran might have been attacked because it was in a uniquely weak position, as a type of preventive measure. This might make this a war of choice, not one of necessity.
These preventive wars are often condemned internationally, not only because they're optional, because if every nation went out to strike adversaries who they thought were temporarily weak, we would live in a world of constant war.
According to international law, a war of choice would be illegal. There are also discussions whether the attack was in violation of the US Constitution. Trump started the war without congressional approval. Across the US and parts of the world, protests erupted, partly against the Iranian regime, partly against American involvement in the war. Oil prices have risen sharply. Experts warn of an impending global energy crisis because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. In Iran, people celebrate the death of Ayatollah Khamenei. Others are grieving. At this point, it remains unclear who will succeed him. For now, the regime formed a provisional government. It seems set on revenge and continues to strike Israeli and US bases. The exact number of deaths is hard to determine at this point. According to the US military, so far 3 American soldiers have been killed, with 5 seriously injured. According to Al Jazeera, 10 people have been killed in Israel, 3 in the UAE, 1 in Bahrain, 1 in Kuwait, 13 in Lebanon, and 2 in Iraq.
It's fucked up, right? This casualty is a casualty, but that's actually not a lot considering. When I did counterattacks, like surprisingly, they didn't really hurt that many people.
The Iranian Red Crescent has reported that since the attacks, at least 555 people have been killed, with hundreds injured. According to the Times of Israel, these numbers do not differentiate between military and civilians. The situation is likely to escalate further in the upcoming days. Timely reporting like this is incredibly resource-intensive. It's only possible thanks to today's sponsor, Hansen Shaving. We're grateful they're supporting our work. Many men experience razor burn, ingrown hairs, or skin irritation when shaving. Hansen approached the problem from an engineering perspective, researching what actually makes a shave more precise and skin-friendly. The result is a sleek, long-lasting aluminium razor designed for accuracy. The blade sits at a 30-degree angle and extends just 0.0013 inches past the shave plane, less than the thickness of a human hair. That precise blade support reduces flex, which can mean less irritation and a smoother, more controlled shave. We're genuinely big fans. To support the channel and get started, visit hansenshaving.com/FernTV and use code FernTV at checkout to get a free pack of 100 blades with the purchase of a razor.
Dang, I like this channel. That was fast, informative, to the point. I like it. Damn, that's crazy. What in the world? BBC News.
The relationship
Africa.
between the US and Iran hasn't always sounded like this.
An axis of evil.
Unprecedented, crippling sanctions on Iran.
Iran has been a very dangerous player. They're a nation of terror.
انشاءالله به توفیق الهی دشمن رو به زانو در خواهیم آورد.
The US and Iran may not have agreed on much for decades, but they used to be allies.
Iran, because of the great leadership of the Shah, is an island of stability in one of the more troubled areas of the world.
So how did the relationship between the two become so strained? And how does that link to what's happening in Iran today? Oil was discovered in southwestern Iran at the start of the 20th century. This redefined the role of the country on the global stage and began a complex journey with the West, and especially the United States. A British company that would later become BP set up Iran's oil industry, and business was good. But over time, there were growing calls from Iranians for more control.
The problem was there was so much wealth to be gained from the oil that was being extracted, that then they could see all of that money just leaving the country. And so it's that history of feeling that this is oil on Iranian territory, under their ground, and they're not getting any of the benefit from it.
One of the strongest voices was Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. He came to power promising to nationalize Iran's oil, which he did in 1951. As a result, Britain, supported by America, boycotted Iranian oil, causing exports to all but collapse over the next 2 years. Then, in 1953, American and British intelligence agencies orchestrated a coup to push him out.
So America saw Mossadegh as being someone who would develop ties between Iran and Russia. So basically, it was an opportunity that then allowed American oil companies to get a foothold in the Iranian market.
The coup cemented control of the Western-backed Shah, or King of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. For the next 26 years, with support from the US, the Shah built infrastructure, started land reforms, improved education, and gave women the vote.
These very fast-paced social changes that are happening alongside this influx of enormous amounts of oil wealth into the country, and we see very fast transformations within society.
The reforms boosted the economy, but not everyone benefited equally, and some religious leaders felt they were a threat to Islamic values. Then, the Shah increased political control over society.
In Iran, under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, becomes much stronger, and he has American support to train up his secret police, to interrogate people and to try and stamp out any possible areas of opposition.
The Shah's feared secret police, his opulent lifestyle, and pro-Western policies sparked riots, strikes, and mass protests from across Iranian society. And all this led to the Iranian Revolution in 1979, which changed the country completely.
Those religious bastards.
The religious leader Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini returned from exile and established an Islamic republic. This transformed not only Iran, but how it saw the world.
Okay, so long story short, Iran wasn't always bad. Of course, I mean, you knew this, right? So it wasn't, I think, until if I heard this correctly, I guess like foreign companies started investing in like the oil, extracting oil from Iran, and they were like, "Hey, what the fuck? That's our oil. What the fuck?" And then like the rise of like this oh my god, like if like the religious group was like, bro, this fuck it, these motherfuckers are taking our oil. We got to fight back. And I guess that's how they rose to prominence or power. But I had to rewatch it again because I wasn't really paying attention. Oh, it's me.
In Iran at the start of the 20th century. This redefined the role of the country on the global stage and began a complex journey with the West, and especially the United States. A British company that would later become BP set up Iran's oil industry, and business was good. But over time, there were growing calls from Iranians for more control.
The problem was there was so much wealth to be gained from the oil that was being extracted that then they could see all of that money just leaving the country. And so it's that history of feeling that this is oil on Iranian territory under their ground, and they're not getting any of the benefit from it.
One of the strongest voices was Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh. He came to power promising to nationalize Iran's oil, which he did in 1951. As a result, Britain, supported by America, boycotted Iranian oil, causing exports to all but collapse over the next 2 years.
Oh, fucking assholes. It's the British.
Isn't it always?
It's the fucking British. It's all your fault.
Bro, BP?
Yep.
Them. The spills? Them.
Yeah.
Bro, even the U.S., if they weren't around, the U.S. wouldn't be a thing, and the U.S. wouldn't be also, like, doing this to everybody.
It's all their fault. Yeah, because apparently they got pissed off when the Iranians were like, okay, y'all have to fuck off now. And they're like, okay. So they did a boycott on Iranian oil, and then it caused almost their country to collapse.
Didn't they also do that with, like, Venezuela and other places?
Yes, they probably did. Or I
All
don't know
but
about
collapsed
Venezuela,
over the
pretty
next
sure.
2 years.
Then
Then,
they fucked around with, like, with a lot of spots. The Dutch and the French fucked around a lot with Africa.
Mm-hmm.
The
And
British
still
a lot
do.
With the Middle East. The Spanish just lost their control.
Yeah.
With Latin America, but like the Americans, which are kind of a descendant of the British, they continued the British Empire in a sense, right? Like an offshoot, and they just started doing entire Latin American, you know. So technically, if they hadn't started the spawn
Yeah.
of evil,
This wouldn't have happened.
the British
Goddamn
are
British.
proto-Israeli.
Proto-Israel.
in 1953, American and British intelligence agencies orchestrated a coup.
Tina, you should put that video for like it's all the British lords being like, oh, I need to keep my manor no matter what. You know?
Oh God, yes.
And they're like,
Oh my
insufferable.
God.
It's funny, but then you think about it, you're like, yo, these people actually hold a lot of say.
Yeah, they do.
In the day-to-day lives of the average, like, British constituent. No matter what, just for the sheer fact that they had like power back then.
Just
So they
crazy.
hold a lot of
I will watch it after this video.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Intelligence agencies orchestrated a coup to push him out. American and British.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, technically back then, they had more say.
Mm-hmm.
So the things that their ancestors and they themselves said maybe like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Had a lot of weight today. I mean back then. And it led to today's issues.
Oh my God.
Very sad stuff.
I can barely move, James.
No, Danny, you're too strong.
Yeah, I can't wait to make that soup.
Okay, Daddy. Now show me your balls.
Never, honey.
Goofy man. Goof cleaner.
Hmm?
Goof cleaner. Now show me your balls.
I'm soon.
Then, in 1953, American and British intelligence agencies orchestrated a coup to push him out.
So America saw Mossadegh as being someone who would develop ties between Iran and Russia. So basically, it was an opportunity that then allowed American oil companies to get a foothold in the Iran.
These dicks. So it was America back then fucking them over too.
The British.
British and Americans.
I know.
So they got mad that the guy was like, hey, telling the people like, hey, this is our fucking oil. These companies should get out. So they fucking did like supported a coup So that way, they can cause destabilization, and then these American companies tried to put the place a foothold in the fucking area. These fucking assholes.
Iranian market.
The coup cemented control of the Western-backed Shah, or King of Iran. Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The coup.
They basically vindicated the other movement. Like, oh, see, they are trying to do that to us, so that's why we should be in power because we're the ones fighting for you to take this back, and it would only embolden them. And the thing is, the government here is like, whoa, these guys are doing this, and it's like, yes, but also they wouldn't even be in power if you weren't doing this, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Who cemented control of the Western-backed Shah, or King of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. For the next 26 years, with support from the US, the Shah built infrastructure, started land reforms, improved education, and gave women the vote.
These very fast-paced social changes that are happening alongside this influx of enormous amounts of oil wealth into the country, and we see very fast transformations within society.
The reforms boosted the economy, but not everyone benefited equally, and some religious leaders felt they were a threat to Islamic values. Then, the Shah increased political control over society.
In Iran, under Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, becomes much stronger, and he has American support to train up his secret police, to interrogate people and to try and stamp out any possible areas of opposition.
The Shah's feared secret police, his opulent lifestyle, and pro-Western policies sparked riots, strikes, and mass protests from across Iranian society. And all this led to the Iranian Revolution in 1979, which changed the country completely. The religious leader Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini returned from exile and established an Islamic Republic. This transformed not only Iran, but how it saw the world.
پیروزیمون وقتی است که دست این اجانب از مملکتمون کوتاه شود.
The shift from friends to enemies starts in 1979, partly just because of where the revolution ended up going under the leadership of Khomeini, whose rhetoric was anti-American.
In November 1979, a group of students who said they were angry about America's treatment of Iran stormed the US embassy in Tehran and held dozens of Americans hostage inside for more than a year.
When the hostage crisis happens, the relationship fundamentally changes. Iran was no longer a friend and overnight becomes an enemy.
In response, the US applied economic sanctions for the first time. They banned all trade with Iran, including oil. Before the hostage crisis ended, Iraq invaded Iran. The leader of Iraq, Saddam Hussein, felt threatened by Iran's Islamic Republic and thought the new regime was weak and could be quickly defeated. But the war lasted 8 years and more than 500,000 people died. Though officially neutral, the US secretly backed Iraq, providing financial aid, weapons, and intelligence. Towards the end of this war, on July 3, 1988, the US shot down an Iranian civilian plane that it says it mistook for a fighter jet and killed 290 people. Over time, in Iran, rhetoric against the US and its greatest ally in the region, Israel, strengthened. Iran has denied Israel's right to exist since the 1979 revolution.
The Islamic Republic is concerned the US poses an existential threat to Iran. Israel also poses an existential threat to Iran and think as the only Shia Persian state in the region, nobody likes them. And if Iran does not take its fight away from its homeland, it would have to face its enemies on Iranian soil.
Since the revolution, Iran has been seeking to export its ideology and expand its influence beyond its borders by supporting a network of well-armed groups. Over time, this included Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, as well as others in Iraq and Syria, collectively called the Axis of Resistance. This, along with concerns from the US that Iran could develop a nuclear weapons program, strained relations further and led to more sanctions. Iran has repeatedly said its nuclear program was only for peaceful purposes.
Iran has sanctions that the US has imposed on Iran because of its nuclear program. There are sanctions because of its regional activities, what the US calls terrorist activities in the Middle East. And there are also sanctions on the Islamic Republic because of the violations on human rights.
There were attempts at reconciliation, but a breakthrough didn't come until 2015, when after more than a decade of negotiations, Iran signed an agreement to limit its nuclear program. In exchange, the US and others stopped crippling economic sanctions, allowing Iran to once again sell its oil internationally. This fell apart during President Trump's first presidency.
So,
he took the
what I'm gathering, at first, it was the fault of BP and the Britain.
Bro, this is literally cyberpunk, bro.
And then it was the fault of the religious crazies. And then it was the fault again, the British and America. And then when we tried to fix it and lifted sanctions to correct course, Trump fucked it up by tearing up the fucking treaty that we had with them. So he's trying to say I solved the fucking problem that he fucking created.
Has he not been doing this the whole time? Has he not been doing this the whole time? This is fucking insane, dude.
He's like, I destroyed the U.S., but I'm now giving you.
With the U.S., so I destroyed the U.S. So had a problem.
Now I'm gonna fix the problem.
Because the U.S. doesn't exist anymore. There's no more problem anymore. There's a lot of problems with the U.S., so I destroyed it. So there's no more problem.
Now we're gonna start from scratch. It's gonna be so much better.
the US out of that agreement and reimposed sanctions.
At the heart of the Iran deal was a giant fiction that a murderous regime desired only a
But he only did that because he was mad at Obama.
peaceful nuclear energy program.
Tensions escalated under President Trump's maximum pressure campaign. Iran's economy, already weakened by decades of sanctions and mismanagement, worsened. In 2019, the US accused Iran of attacking oil tankers and its drones in the region. Then, in 2020, Iran's top military commander, General Qasem Soleimani.
And now you have no choice but to support him right now. Because if not, then these Islamic crazies win. So you had no choice but to support the U.S. Because these guys are worse. Well, I don't even know because the U.S. is getting pretty bad too. We also have our fucking crazies, which is the fucking the Christian extremists, like but yeah, both of them are fucking insane. It's so funny how much they are alike. That's why that American Dad episode where Stan goes to Saudi Arabia was always my fucking favorite episode.
You gotta remember, ultimately it's, what's the difference? They're both, extremists.
Bro.
Religious.
Yeah, they both don't want women.
We're used to having the Christian ones here.
Yeah, and then they don't both. And they both don't want women to have rights. They don't want them to vote. They don't want them to do anything.
Yeah, they're the same people. They're the exact same.
They're the same thing as the fucking Muslims.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, like, you know what? As a man, I'd rather be a Muslim because you know what? I can have fucking 3-4 wives. Over here, there's only one.
They're dead ass. It's like, what's the fucking benefit of the other one? You know?
It's the same thing. They're both against birth control. They're both against abortion. They're both against other religions. You know, like they only just want a one state, one fucking religion. They both want dictatorships. Yeah, I'm the same shit.
Yeah, like to fix the problems even with the states, you're gonna have to really tackle the problems with economic and religious.
I didn't want this channel to get political and then fucked it up. But it's so interesting, that's why.
No, it's because I'm gonna be honest. It's real life. Either the thing is, it doesn't have to be, but
it's
can
not.
Talk about it. You know, it's not even political right now. It's just, you know.
It's neutral. I'm looking at the news. I'm looking at documentaries. I'm looking at different stuff. At the end of the day, there's only one religion.
Yours.
And that's mine. I'm Dr. Pastor. Operation Epic Meme.
Soleimani was killed by a US drone strike in Iraq. President Trump said Soleimani was behind attacks on Americans in the region. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas launched an attack on Israel, which sparked more than 2 years of war in Gaza. Iran denied being involved, but publicly supported the actions of Hamas. Israel responded with sustained attacks in Gaza against Hamas, as well as other Iranian allies and proxies in the region. In June 2025, the UN's nuclear watchdog said Iran had breached its nuclear obligations under the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Iran has always said that they have never looked to develop a nuclear weapon. Israel launched a series of strikes on Iran, resulting in a 12-day war between the two countries. And this culminated in direct US involvement, including airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat.
Since the Iranian Revolution, the US and Iran were fighting each other in different arenas, diplomatic, economic, political, espionage, cyber. The only thing that had not happened was the use of military force. But he broke that taboo.
In September 2025, the UN reimposed a host of sanctions that had been lifted in 2015 because of increased Iranian nuclear activity. The economy went from bad to worse. Food price inflation increased by 70%, and then mostly due to sanctions, Iran's currency plummeted. This meant all imported products like cooking oil, wheat, and medicine became more expensive almost overnight. Shopkeepers and merchants in Tehran started protesting in response to these soaring prices at the end of December. Demonstrations grew quickly in size and spread across the country. There have been wide calls for political change, with crowds chanting slogans against Supreme Leader Khamenei. Some have called for the return of the exiled son of the former Shah, Reza Pahlavi. The regime has cracked down on protesters. Thousands have been killed. US President Donald Trump has expressed support for protesters and warned the regime against violence.
We don't want to see what's happening in Iran happen. And, you know, if they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging, we'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has blamed President Trump for the protests and deaths.
ما رئیس جمهور آمریکا رو مجرم می‌دانیم، هم به خاطر تلفات، هم به خاطر خسارات، هم به خاطر تهمتی که به ملت ایران زد.
Some in Iran's opposition, including the exiled son of the former Shah, have welcomed President Trump's support.
I believe that President Trump is a man of his word, and ultimately he will stand with the Iranian people, as he has said.
But there's also unease.
So you do have some Iranians who can easily see, okay, so the enemy of my enemy is then my friend. So if Trump is the enemy of Khamenei, Trump could be helpful. But that's not all Iranians, and it just becomes very complicated when you don't want to straightforwardly welcome more American intervention.
And there are wider worries about the impact of any escalation.
Regional countries are concerned about Iran's actions once Iran gets cornered. This is why you're seeing the Arab countries of the Persian Gulf lobbying against the US striking Iran, because they know that they will be caught in the crossfire of the United States and Iran.
But one thing I do know is that every fucking country needs to get off of goddamn oil. Holy shit.
There's so much sun. You know what? Now that there's not going to be what's it called? Ozone layer? There's only sun. This is great.
Oh, well, that was interesting. I streamed. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm kind of tired. I'm gonna go Mimi's. That was informative. That was interesting. Ooh. I wanted to play Fortnite with my nephew, but my nephew's being a kakahead.
Why? What happened?
Oh my god. What the hell? Donnie's bald? Donnie's a skinhead? Oh my god. Look.
I saw.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna end the stream. Unless we do anything else, but I think we're good.
There's a phrase which China's President Xi Jinping likes to use. The world is undergoing
changes which have not been seen in 100 years.
Now these changes have appeared to arrive, but they're delivered unexpectedly by Donald Trump.
Epic Fury. I said I like that name.
Amid the noise of
Donald
war,
Trump's the one who chose that name, or he didn't choose it. He ultimately chose it. The Epic Fury. I'm sorry, that was a shitty fucking name. Roaring Lion sounds badass. Epic Fury. Fucking gay. It's like I like the name Epic. Fucking Elon ass name, huh?
He sounds like if he'd be a dork if you met him, like if it was a problem.
Yeah, probably.
the stance of another major power is speaking volumes.
中方敦促各方立即停止军事行动。
The US is demonstrating itself to be a force for instability in the world, and that gives President Xi and China a chance to present themselves as the adults in the room.
China is happy to see the United States getting bogged down in the Middle East. China has long viewed the existing order as being too dominated by the US, so Trump's challenges to that order actually presents Xi Jinping a very good opportunity, and the question is whether Xi is ready to seize it.
In many ways, he already has.
Trump's first trade war made China realize that dependence on the US is a very dangerous thing. China's exports to the US fell about 20% last year, but in the end, China had a record trade surplus hitting $1.2 trillion US dollars.
China deliberately tried to diversify away from the US as a consumer base.
So, do Trump's actions strengthen China or expose it to more risk it cannot control?
The US-China relationship is the most important bilateral relationship in the world, and
Do not interrupt your enemy while he was making mistakes. Yes. Next video, how Israel plays a long game against the US.
I hate the only people that pay for my bills. I do wonder what their point is, though. It's like, bro, come on, man. Like, the U.S. is paying your bills, bro. Come on.
China borrows to build, US borrows to bomb. True. China maxing. Let's see what they say. It's a Chinese person. Someone in the comments said it's a Chinese person. I don't understand why the US do so much for Israel. It looks like make Israel great again or Israeli first. It's all about the oil and the petrodollar. China borrows too much? Question mark? Question mark? More than 4 trillion USD. Damn, China be playing the smart game.
and it will help define the century.
And it's in the hands of two very different leaders.
It's hard to imagine two people with more different approaches to leadership. President Trump is brash, he's impulsive.
You don't have the cards right now.
Xi Jinping is guarded, methodical, someone who plays the long game, not the Twitter game.
Chinese policymakers see Trump as someone who's transactional and pragmatic, who likes to make deals. They also realize that Trump is very unpredictable.
President Trump makes a lot of threats. What the markets have realized is that he doesn't execute all of those threats. A lot of them are just quietly forgotten.
And the internet, as usual, has found a name for it.
Taco.
Taco, as you would call it. Trump always chickens out.
The term is actually pretty popular on Chinese social media too.
Oh, they like that term too.
On Chinese
on Chinese social media, they use the phrase taco, which is another word for pussy.
Social media people love Donald Trump. He actually has many nicknames. Another really popular nickname for Trump is 川建国, which actually means Trump, the nation builder.
川建国，川建国，川建国。
It's not praising Trump as a nation builder for the United States. It's more like Trump helping China to become a superpower.
We're seeing Xi is basically just sitting back to enjoy the benefits as a flurry of Western leaders coming to Beijing.
Mark Carney meets Xi Jinping in Beijing.
It's vital that we build a more sophisticated relationship.
They know that China, like all nation states, will act in its own self-interest. What they are seeking and signalling is a hedge against the United States, which they now view as an unreliable partner.
And China has learned this the hard way.
China was really caught off guard by Trump's first trade war because it was launched just months after his first visit to China, where he received a lavish welcome.
So, since then, it has been preparing itself. In China, there's a famous saying, learning is like sailing upstream. Pause, and you're pushed back. And this mindset now shapes Beijing's strategy in the second trade war.
President Trump tried to deal a knockout blow to China. What the US wasn't expecting was that China...
That fucking the trade thingy, the tariffs, it's all fucking AI generated.
wasn't expecting was that China would hit back.
China retaliated on the US with tariffs of 125%.
China has learned how to play this game, and President Trump knows that.
This latest headline coming in from the Supreme Court, global tariffs struck down.
China says it is assessing President Trump's second tariff investigation this week as the U.S. continues its effort to rebuild the key trade policy.
The roller coaster has had an impact.
Last year, China's exports to the US fell about 20%. But if you look at India, they jumped 12.8%. To Southeast Asian countries, they rose 13.5%. And to the EU, up 8.4%. But trade flows are just one arm of China's strategy.
Explicit export controls on rare earth magnets.
Rare earth materials is the trump card.
China imposed export controls on 7 types of rare earth minerals and magnets made of them. These export controls are really inflicting pain on the US manufacturing base because these rare earth magnets are used in everything from iPhones and EVs to big-ticket weapons like fighter jets and missiles.
The pain goes beyond US manufacturers, since producers around the world are impacted by these controls. And although these measures could backfire as countries explore ways to lessen their reliance on China, those efforts will take time. China dominates the supply chain, mining over 60% of the world's rare earths and refining over 90% of them.
Rare earth by themselves are not big deals. The entire category, the market cap was not even 10 billion US dollars. As a result, other countries, they have pretty much given up on rare earth production and refinery process.
China has its own advantages. Its labor cost is really low, and its environmental standards are pretty lax.
The rare earth industry has been considered strategic for decades. China has the world's most complete industrial catalogs.
But despite the trade wins against Trump, China has issues its industrial success can't fix.
Beijing set a GDP growth target of 4.5 to 5% for the year. That's the lowest since 1991.
China's economy has
world's rare earths and refining over
China Rare Earths or International Energy Agency. So
over 90% of them.
Rare earth by themselves are not big deals.
These export controls are really inflicting pain on the China imposed export controls on 7 types of rare earth minerals and magnets made of them. These export controls are really inflicting pain on the US manufacturing base because these rare earth magnets are used in everything from iPhones and EVs to big-ticket weapons like fighter jets and missiles.
The pain goes beyond US manufacturers, since producers around the world are impacted by these controls. And although these measures could backfire as countries explore ways to lessen their reliance on China, those efforts will take time. China dominates the supply chain, mining over 60% of the world's rare earths and refining over 90% of them.
Rare earth by themselves are not big deals. The entire category, the market cap was not even 10 billion US dollars. As a result, other countries, they have pretty much given up on rare earth production and refinery process.
China has its own advantages. Its labor cost is really low, and its environmental standards are pretty lax.
The rare earth industry has been considered strategic for decades. China has the...
Let's see here. Fuck you, fucking piece of shit thing. I keep on doing that. Let's see. China dominates the rare earth magnet industry, producing over 90% of the world's supply need. Oh, I'm sorry. The world supply of neodymium I can't pronounce it. Iron, boron, I don't even know, magnets, which are critical for electric vehicles, wind turbines, and defense technology. Beijing uses this dominance to control supply chains, imposing export controls on magnets and technology. So the US was the main global source of rare earth minerals until the mid-1980s, but a combination of high environmental costs in the US with competition from lower cost production shifted the industry to China. The elements have become so critical that the U.S. government now calls them essential for national security and economic resilience. Despite their importance, however, Mountain Pass is the only rare earth mine operating in the United States. Who owns the only rare earth mine in the U.S.? Is owned by MP Materials Corp. Is there anywhere else? So my question is, I'm really tired. I should probably go to sleep, but my question is that can the U.S. mine all the necessary rare earth elements here, or do they need to import? The U.S. has geological capacity to mine significant rare earth elements, but currently lacks the full processing and manufacturing infrastructure to replace all Chinese controlled supply. Let's see. I'm going to use AI. Like, does the U.S. have its own rare earth? Like, doesn't it have enough of its own supply to, like, get off of Chinese, just to stop depending on China's rare earth minerals? So it's going to take 5 to 10 years for the U.S. to achieve significant self-sufficiency, with some predicting 15 to 20 years to fully replicate China's mature supply chain. Oh, goddamn. But you can also recycle electronic waste, which is being used as a faster way to source these materials. Oh, wow. Okay. Are there any rare earth minerals that the U.S. does not have? Question mark? So, oh, damn. So U.S. has, damn, fucking U.S. is so fucking lucky. The U.S. has a geological deposit for nearly all 17 rare earth minerals. However, the U.S. lacks the domestic production of several of them.
It's also how we had the largest deposit of like helium at one point, right?
Yeah, but we have a lot apparently. But the thing is, like, we're gonna have to. I'm pretty sure we're gonna have to take over private, like, state parks and stuff. Well, not private state parks, but just we're gonna take over private land and state parks.
Also, we would have to also like make it like you would have to remove the privatization of it too.
Yeah.
Just to make full use of it.
Yeah.
Because if you make it private, you have like little private companies being like the ones extracting it.
Mhm.
They're probably gonna sell it to other countries instead of like using
Maybe.
You would have to like make it state.
Wouldn't getting access to these minerals require access to I don't know if that makes any sense. Dude, I'm really tired. Lands and or state, I don't know if that sounds stupid. State parks? Question mark? Each of its own set of legal and environmental hurdles. While many deposits are on public land, accessing them often creates conflict with existing land uses. A significant portion of the U.S. mineral resources is located on federal lands. Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's why he was trying to defund them. Or the U.S. Forest Service. Under the mining law of 1872, citizens commit foreign purchase search and mineral deposits. So the mining in the Parks Act of 1976 closed all National Park System units to new mining claims. However, some pre-existing claims exist, and the National Park Service has the authority to regulate or deny any operations. Let's see. Yeah, so they would have to go through all that shit, but Trump can do whatever he wants. Wouldn't mining these minerals cause a lot of pollution? There we go. So I could ask it simply. Yes, they are considered among the most environmentally intensive and dirty industry processes. This is largely because rare earths are typically found in low concentrations and are often naturally mixed with radioactive materials like thorium and uranium. For every single ton of refined rare earth produced, the process can generate up to 2,000 tons of toxic waste. Oh my god, and radioactive residue. Rare earth ones frequently contain, and you know he's not going to put regulations on those companies to make that shit clean. These can leach into groundwater or be released into the air as radioactive dust during blasting or crushing. This can cause severe soil acidification and contaminate local water supplies if they leak from storage ponds. Refining just 1 ton of REEs can produce roughly 75,000 liters, about 19,000 gallons of acidic wastewater. Oh, so the China, this Bayan Obo, China, the world's largest rare earth mineral mine, has created massive tailings. Has created a massive tailings pond containing over 70,000 tons of radioactive thorium. I don't know how to pronounce that. Thorium? Pollutants have seeped into the Yellow River, a primary drinking water source for millions. Okay, Mountain Pass, U.S. This California mine was shut in 2002 after a series of toxic waste spills involving 600,000 gallons of radioactive wastewater. It has since reopened under stricter modern regulations, but the environmental risks remain a central challenge for domestic production. This creates a significant ethical and environmental dilemma. While rare earths are essential for green technology like electric vehicles and wind turbines, their extraction can cause localized environmental disasters. To address this, researchers are exploring urban mining, extracting rare earths from recycled electronics or old mining waste as a way to source these materials with roughly half the carbon footprint. That sounds good. And significantly less pollution than traditional mining. Yeah, so maybe if they could just build these cars to last, build these wind turbines, build all this shit to last, and learn how to just recycle this fucking material, maybe it's not such a bad idea. But the thing is, knowing how Trump is, he's just gonna be like, fuck it, pollute it all. Like, let these companies fucking just.
To him, it's like, well, I'm gonna die right now. Okay, I just want ultimate gains.
He just like because he's thinking of it as that like, well, everything causes pollution and we got to make money when we're trying to make this country rich. But he thinks of it in short term, everything short term.
Yeah, but also it's like, the problem is, right? Ultimately, my opinion, is that the way he thinks of it is like he looks at money as a resource, like rare metals and money. He sees them in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
Except he sees money as a higher resource than rare earth or other material resources, right? Because he thinks that, oh, as long as you have money, you can buy it.
Yeah.
And it's like, you can't buy what doesn't exist, you know? Can you buy Mars 2?
Yes, babe.
I mean, yeah, you can just invent Mars 2, right?
Fuck yeah.
And then be like, here, buy it for $5 quadrillion. If some dumbass actually buys it, then it did have value, you know?
She can do anything, bro.
But for real though, like, that's a problem. They see as money as an actual resource.
I don't think he sees it as resource anymore. He's just spending it like crazy.
No, he's spending the money from that they're making from the U.S. You know, or assuming they're creating from the U.S. You know, they're not actually like spending their money. You know, they think their personal money is real money. That's a problem. It's like a real resource.
Damn, that's crazy.
Also, I might not be making sense because I'm kind of brain smartness, but that's the way I see it.
No, you're good. Also, this soda, bam, is good.
Please sponsor.
Please sponsor. It's good soda. Sugar free. I'm always wearing these fucking pants now. They're so comfortable.
That's your number one now?
Yes. There you go. The mini fridge in the back.
Yes, babe. I hate this weather change, and I hate eating donuts because now I got dandruff.
Oh yeah, that's why I'm not eating too much of the sweet bread. I eat those pretzels, but probably everything else don't bring back to me anymore. The sweet breads.
Gotcha, babe.
I'm getting dandruff too.
I won't anymore.
No more sweets. We got a lot of fucking just boiled chicken. We have a lot of chicken. We gotta eat it.
Are we gonna eat boiled chicken?
Huh?
Are we gonna eat boiled chicken?
We have a lot of boiled chicken. We gotta eat it like that. I think we can make what is it called? Tortas. Not tripas. What the fuck is it called? I can't even think of the name. I'll think of something. So yeah, primary mining law. The U.S. focuses on access but lacks modern environmental reclamation requirements at the federal level. So in China, mineral resources law gives the state full uncontested control over all mining activities. So we have the NEPA, which is National Environmental Policy Act, requires years of study and public comment, often leading to speed bumps and lawsuits. While China has a national plan for mineral resources, centralized planning that prioritizes production targets, and strategic supply over public consolation. So we have the Clean Water Act, which allows the EPA to veto mining permits to protect watersheds, enforces daily fines and possible jail time. So China has the Water Pollution Prevention Law, recently amended, but relies more on the forced cleanup payments rather than daily fines or incarceration. That's kind of ass. I like it, the daily fines and possible jail times. The good thing is that we can veto mining permits. But the daily fines and jail time, it's like nothing to these companies. The forced cleanup payments sounds, the China has like forced cleanup payments, so I think that's better than fines or incarceration because they're forced to do it.
Also, they don't care about the incarceration. They either just don't appear in the U.S. or they just and they flee, or they can like just do that, but they pay a lot, so they don't ever get in, have to actually be involved with other inmates.
This is required land restoration requires pre-funded bonds for mine cleanup, reclamation before operations begin to prevent abandoned toxin sites. In China, they have the draft mining law for the first time, mandates ecological restoration plans before mining begins. Oh, that's nice. So China is currently wrestling with the toxic aftermath of its early dominance, investing in massive facilities to treat wastewater and replant vegetation in denuded mountain areas, while the U.S. is attempting to streamline its own permitting through new executive actions to reduce the 10-year wait for critical mining projects. Okay, that was informative.
The world's most complete industrial catalogs.
But despite the trade wins against Trump, China has issues its industrial success can't fix.
Beijing set a GDP growth target of 4.5 to 5% for the year. That's the lowest since 1991.
China's economy has a lot of really serious problems. Local governments, businesses, real estate developers, they borrowed too much. And they used those borrowed funds to build too much capacity. Bridges to nowhere. Steel mills producing more steel than anyone could ever need. Ghost towns of empty property. As a result of that overcapacity, China now has a deflation problem.
For years, China's economic rise has been fueled by its booming exports and investment. But last year, we saw China's fixed asset investment decline for the first time on record. So it's really just the exports that keep the economy going. Chinese workers are seeing their pay cuts or even getting fired and struggling to find jobs. Some of them choose to go into the gig economy, which doesn't really provide a sense of job security.
What a lot of countries realized was that China was actually exporting its deflation overseas. Whatever they couldn't dump to the United States, they were dumping to Southeast Asia, Latin America, or Europe.
That complicates the relationships China is forging, even as more countries engage China to hedge against an unreliable U.S.
China has been keen to exert its economic strength for political influence, but is not willing to get entangled in military conflicts far from home.
Seizure of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro.
Iran continues to attack its Gulf neighbors.
China certainly has never committed to put troops on the ground to defend Venezuela or Iran. There's a lesson there which other friends of China are going to take away from that.
For Iran and Venezuela, China is their most important economic lifeline. But for China, these two countries are ultimately not that important. Iran accounts for about 13 to 40% of China's oil imports, and Venezuela only accounts for 4%. So this is not a small number, but it is replaceable for China. But the bigger problem here is the Strait of Hormuz. If Iran continues to close down the strait, then China will have a problem sourcing nearly half of its oil imports.
The Strait of Hormuz is a vital lifeline for 20% of the world's gas and oil flows. The reduction in traffic increases the threat of an inflation crisis and global recession.
If this war drags on and spreads to other countries, then China's economic interests can be threatened.
So for now, China seems focused on only fighting the trade war, an arena where it holds more advantages.
The United States is the world's biggest economy, it has the world's most powerful military, Is China quite the equal of the United States? I think the answer on that, at least for now, is still no.
For nations caught in the middle, there's really only one way forward.
Hedging will be the key word for 2026 or 2027. When two superpowers are having this historical fight, they want you to take sides, but no one wants to.
Bro, there's a Dubai. What's going on over there? I'm gonna get off now. I'm tired. I've been saying that for like the past, like, I don't know how long. 2 hours? Yeah, 2 hours. Operation Epic Meme. Alright, good night. Goodbye. Forever.